What if the most pivotal battle in history was nothing more than a monstrous chess game, with lives as pawns and every move steeped in treachery? Picture this, a dark, rain-slicked field, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and betrayal, where destinies collide like titans in a grotesque dance. The year is 1815, and the stakes? The annihilation of empires, the swirling fate of Europe hanging by a thread so thin it might as well be made of spider silk. How did it all come to this? Napoleon Bonaparte, genius, tyrant, the man who laughed in the face of fate. His ambition blazed fiercely, a comet streaking through the night sky, leaving behind a trail of blood and glory. Yet, beneath the veneer of military brilliance, lies a man driven by demons. Was he merely a strategist, or a puppet master orchestrating chaos with a wicked grin? The battlefield echoes with the thunder of hooves, the clash of steel, a symphony of slaughter. But listen closer. Can you hear it? The whispers of betrayal weaving through the ranks like a venomous serpent. The British commander, Arthur Wellesley, the Duke of Wellington, stoic, relentless, clad in the glare of innovative tactics. But what if his strategies were not mere genius, but desperate gambles, each decision a roll of the dice in a game where the house always wins? As the sun rises on that fateful day, shadows of doubt loom large. Allies dissolve into enemies quicker than morning mist. What sinister deals lurk behind the facade of camaraderie, the laugh of a soldier masking the knife hidden in his boot? And what of the enigmatic Prussians? Their arrival, a thunderous rumble echoing across the fields, heralds salvation for some, doom for others. But their motivations? A twisted web of vengeance, loyalty, and opportunism, each soldier a thread in a tapestry stained with ambition. Did they come to save the day or simply to capitalize on the carnage? Feel the pulse of desperation. Feel the energy crackling in the air like static before a storm. Every soldier, an unwitting participant in this grand tragedy, their fears and dreams crushed under the weight of glory and despair. Can you taste the tension? The iron tang of sweat mingling with the acrid smoke of cannon fire. Heroes and villains merge in a grotesque ballet, each footfall resonating with the echo of history's cruel laughter. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a question gnaws at your sanity: who truly won? The victor's crown, a heavy burden, drips with the blood of innocence. What if the real battle was fought long after the cannon ceased their roar? What if the echoes of Waterloo still haunt our present, whispering secrets that demand to be unearthed? The stage is set. The players are in position. But as the first shot rings out, do you dare to witness the unfathomable truth? Because once you step into this maze of ambition, betrayal, and bloodshed, there's no turning back. Your mind will race, your heart will pound, and the mysteries of Waterloo will consume you whole. Welcome to a clash that goes far beyond victory. Welcome to the enigma that echoes through time. Are you ready to confront the darkness? The musky scent of damp earth clung to the air, a heavy shroud that wrapped around the streets of Paris like a disturbing secret. The clamor of boots echoed across the cobblestones, the sound mingling with the distant tolling of bells, each ring a solemn reminder of the chaos brewing just beneath the surface. I remember the moment I first felt it, that electric tension that crackled in the air like a premonition, a whisper of war, a prophecy woven into the fabric of fate. It was a night soaked in shadows, where every flicker of torchlight seemed to dance with menace, and I stood, heart racing, at the edge of history. There he was, Napoleon Bonaparte, a man smaller than the legends that chased him, yet commanding in a way that made the world hold its breath. The moon hung low, illuminating the sharp angles of his face, a canvas of ambition and frustration. I watched him from the shadows, a moth drawn to the flame of his fierce determination. He spoke in whispers that cut through the air, words that promised glory, yet dripped with the sweat of insecurity. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt, the gnawing fear of failure that haunted him like a ghost. Victory is a fleeting mistress, he proclaimed, as if challenging the cosmos itself to defy him. But the weight of his words hung in the air, taut and restless. I remember thinking, what does it mean to be a conqueror when every step forward is shadowed by the fear of loss? And there was Josephine, his beloved, her heart a battlefield of its own. I could see it in the way she stood, caught between the man she adored and the empire he yearned to build. Her eyes, pools of longing, reflected the flickering lights, but within them swirled a tempest, a profound sadness that spoke of love's fragility. She was a queen without a crown, a woman imprisoned by the very dreams that should have set her free. I felt her pain resonate in my chest, each heartbeat a reminder of the sacrifices made in the name of ambition. "Do you love me?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper, tinged with desperation. It was a question that hung between them, heavy and choking, as if the air itself had conspired to keep the truth at bay. Napoleon's gaze faltered for a moment, the intensity wavering, revealing the man beneath the armor of a general. "I fight for you, Josephine," he replied, but his words felt hollow, a mask for the gnawing fear that love and war could never coexist without devastating consequences. As night deepened, shadows lengthened, the streets felt alive, pulsating with a strange rhythm, a foreboding pulse of humanity caught in the gears of fate. I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, their voices weaving through the alleys, warning of the relentless march of time. I remember, in that moment, feeling almost voyeuristic, as if I were an unseen witness to a grand tragedy unfolding before my eyes. I stood apart, yet intertwined with their destinies, feeling the chill of their fears seep into my bones. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, a promise of bloodshed. Tension crackled as rumors swirled, of alliances forged in shadow, of betrayals lurking like wolves in the darkness. I could taste the bitterness of conflict on my lips, the feeling that something vast and terrible was approaching, a storm gathering strength just beyond the horizon. In the midst of this swirling chaos was Lucien, Napoleon's brother, a man torn between loyalty and ambition. He watched his brother's ascent with a mix of admiration and envy, the seeds of rivalry taking root in his heart. I remember how his hands trembled, the unsteady pulse of a man caught between love for family and the gnawing hunger for power. "I must stand beside him," he murmured, yet the words felt like a benediction that could just as easily be a curse. Each choice he faced was a knife's edge, slicing through family ties and binding him to a dangerous path. Their stories entwined, three souls trapped in an eternal dance, each step forward echoing with the weight of their choices. The clock ticked on, an unyielding witness to their struggles, a reminder that time was slipping away. Each tick was a heartbeat, a countdown to confrontation, to the reckoning that awaited them. The shadows grew long, wrapping around the city like a shroud, and the streets whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. I felt the pulse of history beneath my feet, a vibrant tapestry of joy and sorrow, woven together in a delicate balance. The tension was palpable, wrapped around us like a noose, tightening as they drew closer to their fates. "I will not lose," Napoleon's voice cut through the air, fierce and unwavering. "I cannot." He clenched his fists, knuckles white, as if the very act of willing power into existence could change the course of destiny. But the ghosts of those who had fallen before him lurked in the shadows, their warnings echoing softly. History had a way of repeating itself, and empires built on blood often crumbled beneath their own weight. Josephine's heart fluttered, the sound a gentle echo of hope, yet deep within, there was a shadow that crept closer, whispering fears of the coming storm. "What will be left of us?" she asked, her voice trembling, knotted with uncertainty. The answer lay just out of reach, hidden in the labyrinth of ambition and desire. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the world in a wash of crimson and gold, I could feel the tension coalescing, the moment suspended in time. The whispers of war, of dreams and nightmares, danced around us, pulling tighter and tighter, an invisible thread weaving their destinies into a tapestry of reckoning. In that fragile dawn, I stood witness to their rise and the inevitable fall, the prelude to chaos, the inescapable truth that once the die was cast, there was no going back. The stage was set, and the players were all but ready to march forth into history, each step echoing with the weight of their choices and the burden of their hearts, bound together, yet forever apart, in the shadow of what was to come. The clock strikes midnight, its chime echoing through the darkened streets of Paris. Each toll reverberates in my chest, a reminder that time is not an ally but a relentless spectre haunting every shadow. Outside, the air is thick with the scent of smoke and fear, the ghosts of revolution still whispering through the alleys. I stand there, heart pounding, a witness to the storm brewing in the fragile heart of Europe. I remember the day the Congress of Vienna convened, an uneasy gathering of monarchs, diplomats, dreamers, and schemers. The grand hall was adorned with opulence, the chandeliers glimmering like stars trapped in glass, each flicker casting fleeting shadows that danced upon the walls. But beneath the surface, the tension crackled like a summer storm. A game of chess was unfolding, and every pawn moved had the power to ignite a continent ablaze. Prince Metternich, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, stood at the center, a puppeteer manipulating the strings of fate. I watched him, felt the weight of his ambition. He sought a balance, a precarious peace, yet I wondered, as did many, whether such a thing was even possible among nations steeped in rivalry and revenge. His smile was a mask, hiding the iron grip of his intentions, and I found myself both repelled and fascinated. Then there was Talleyrand, the cunning fox, who had danced through revolutions like a ghost slipping through time. He weaved in and out of conversations, his words dripping with sweet venom. The world must know how to forgive, he said, but his eyes betrayed a hunger for power that no one could ignore. It felt as though each syllable was laced with the pulse of betrayal. Forgive? Or forget? I wondered. The line between was as thin as the paper upon which treaties would be inked. In the shadows loomed a figure, young and fiery. His name was Lucien, a fervent believer in liberty. Desperate to sow the seeds of revolution once more, he moved with a restless energy that threatened to consume him. "Freedom is a flame," he cried, his voice cutting through the whispers of the men in suits. "You cannot extinguish it with gilded cages." The room fell silent, the air thick with his defiance. I remember the fire in his eyes, a beacon of hope and madness. It was intoxicating, beautiful, and utterly terrifying. As the nights wore on, the discussions grew heated. Diplomats traded barbs like swords, alliances formed and fractured with each passing hour. Nations were bargaining chips upon a vast board, and I could almost hear the clinking of coins in the air, the price of peace, the cost of power. The spectre of Napoleon hung over them all, his shadow long and foreboding. "What if he returns?" someone whispered, and the room shifted, as though the walls themselves were closing in. I remember the heated debates, the clashing ideals that reverberated within the grand halls. Each voice was a thread woven into the tapestry of Europe's fate, yet some threads were frayed, ready to snap. The cries for democracy collided with the hard-hearted realities of monarchy. A fragile truce, like glass on the brink of shattering. I felt it in my bones, the tension, the fear, the heavy weight of history in the making. Outside the halls, the streets were alive with restless souls. I walked among them, feeling their pulse, each heartbeat a prayer for change, a desperate call for a new dawn. They were the forgotten, the silenced, and their pain clawed at my heart. I met a woman, a mother, whose son had fallen in the streets. Her eyes were hollow, yet they burned with a resolve that was both haunting and inspiring. "They'll never understand," she whispered, and in her voice, I heard the echoes of countless others who had sacrificed everything for a dream. The clock ticked relentlessly forward, a reminder that time was both an enemy and a witness. I felt the weight of decisions being made, the impending storm that loomed just beyond the horizon. The Congress was a facade, and underneath it all, the world was churning, unstable, waiting for a spark. I could feel the electricity in the air, a promise of chaos that would shatter the delicate peace they sought to forge. Days turned into nights, and the rhetoric grew more fervent. I sensed the approach of destiny, a reckoning that would not be denied. Lucien's voice rang in my ears, a harbinger of change. "You can cage the bird, but it will always sing," he declared, and I felt the weight of his words settle deep within me. Tensions reached a breaking point, the air thick with anticipation. I saw Metternich's smile falter, a mere flicker of doubt. He, too, could see the storm brewing, for every soul present was a player in a game far larger than themselves. I felt the shift, the moment when the winds of change began to howl, and I knew a confrontation was inevitable. As the days wore on, I stood at the crossroads of history, witnessing the despair and hope intertwined. The kings and diplomats might attempt to redraw lines upon a map, but the hearts of men were untamable. I felt the pulse of the continent, a fevered beat that would not be silenced, a cry for authenticity in a world of artifice. Here I am, standing in the chaos, the clock striking ever closer to dawn. The shadows lengthen, and the night feels charged with an energy that suggests something monumental is about to unfold. I understand now, with an urgency that grips me, I cannot look away. The ghosts of the past haunt this moment, and the future is a canvas waiting for the brushstrokes of sacrifice, of rebellion, of love. And as the clock ticks on, I know, deep down in the marrow of my being, that no matter how hard they try to bind time and fate, the heart of Europe beats on, relentless, unyielding. The political landscape is not merely a map but a living, breathing entity, a tempest that promises to rend the fabric of nations and awaken the ghosts that linger in the shadows. The stage is set, and the players are ready, aching for the first move that will echo through time like a thunderclap. The air in Vienna hangs like a thick fog of fear, palpable, suffocating. Shadows stretch across cobbled streets, flickering lanterns casting ghostly silhouettes of the past. A clock chimes somewhere, the sound reverberating through the heart of the city, each note a reminder that time is slipping. I remember the heartbeat of the crowd, the way it thrummed beneath my skin, a living pulse, anxious and electric, as whispers of Napoleon's ambition rattled the walls of our fragile peace. I remember the faces, their eyes wide with dread, a cacophony of uncertainty and defiance. It felt like standing on the precipice of a great abyss, nothing but darkness awaited us below. In the midst of it all, there was Charles, his jaw clenched like a vice, the weight of 1,000 decisions etched across his brow. A soldier, a leader, yet so deeply human. I could see him wrestling with the ghosts of his past, battles fought and lost, friends buried beneath the weight of cannon fire and shattered dreams. He turns to me, eyes ablaze, flickering like the torches that line the square. If not now, when? The question hangs in the air, heavy and charged, a spark igniting our resolve. His voice is a blade cutting through the fog, yet beneath it lies a tremor of doubt. Each word he speaks feels like a desperate plea, an invocation that tears at the fabric of my own heart. Then there's Maria, fiery and resolute, a woman in a man's world. I see her pacing, her hands clenched into fists, alive with the fervor of rebellion and the sorrow of loss. She lost her brother to the merciless tide of war, a casualty of ambition, and it's etched into her spirit like a scar that will never heal. We can't cower in the shadows, she insists, her voice rising above the din of the crowd. We must rise, or we become nothing. The fire in her words ignites something deep within me, a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. But hope is a fragile thing, almost laughable when you think back to the absurdity of our situation. Here we are, sweating under the weight of our own illusions, as if courage alone could conjure victory. I can't help but smirk bitterly, it's like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. Wars don't just hinge on valor, they dance to the tune of strategy, of alliances forged in the fires of desperation. And here I stand, acutely aware that our choices could either weave a tapestry of triumph or unravel into chaos. The air thickens with the tension of 1,000 hearts beating in synchrony, a collective rhythm that throbs in my ears, drowning out reason, drowning out fear. We must gather the coalition, Charles insists, his voice ricocheting off the stone facades that have witnessed centuries of bloodshed. Austria, Prussia, Britain. They must unite against the growing storm. I remember the look on his face, a mixture of determination and vulnerability. It's a look that haunts me, igniting the flickering flame of bravery within me, even as it casts shadows of doubt. But how? I whisper, my voice trembling with despair. The question hangs like a shroud, dark and heavy. Maria interrupts, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of mischief and madness. We'll sell them dreams of glory, she quips, a hint of a smile dancing on her lips. And if they buy it, we'll all be rich in valor and poor in consequence. Her laughter is a fragile thread in the thick tapestry of anxiety, a reminder that absurdity can sometimes be the only refuge in the face of despair. Her determination bleeds into me, pulling me into the swirling tempest of hope and fear. And just like that, we stand on the edge of a choice, one that could either light our path or plunge us deeper into the abyss. As we strategize, the shadows around us lengthen, creeping closer like a predator drawn to its prey. I catch glimpses of figures lurking in the twilight, their faces obscured, whispering treachery in the night. Fear gnaws at my insides, a ravenous beast threatening to consume my resolve. And yet, we stand. United. The notion of a coalition takes root, a seed planted in the fertile ground of despair, watered by our collective courage. A chill sweeps through the square, a premonition of storms to come, and yet I can't shake the feeling that this moment is but a flicker against the vastness of history. I remember nights spent under starry skies, trading dreams of glory, laughter echoing in the emptiness. Those moments feel like a distant memory, the laughter now a haunting echo in the shadows of conflict. Time slips away, each tick of the clock resonating like a countdown to disaster. Still, we press on, weaving our plans into the fabric of the night, forgetting for a moment that each heartbeat may be our last. The formation of the Seventh Coalition, each alliance a fragile thread, each leader a flickering flame that threatens to be snuffed out by the winds of ambition. And yet in the midst of this chaos, love flickers between us, an unspoken bond forged in the fire of survival. As dawn breaks, the pale light illuminates the faces of those gathered, a tapestry of anxious anticipation. And in the distance, I can hear the drums of war, a relentless heartbeat that echoes in time with our own. I remember standing at the edge of this moment, teetering on the brink of uncertainty, hearts racing in unison, knowing that history awaits us, ready to carve our names into its unforgiving stone, ready to judge us for the choices we make. No time to ponder the gravity of our decisions, only the raw, pulsing urgency of the moment remains. As the day breaks and the horizon trembles with the promise of war, we step forward, hearts racing, hands trembling, each breath a prayer, an invocation against the storm. United in our fear, bound by our hopes, we plunge into the unknown, where the echoes of our past merge with the tumult of our present, and the future lies shrouded in the thick fog of what is to come. The clock ticks. The drums echo. The shadows grow. The Seventh Coalition rises, not merely as a defense against tyranny, but as a testament to our collective will, a fragile thread against the darkness. And as we step into the fray, uncertainty wraps around us like a shroud, but within that veil, we find the flicker of courage. The world may quake beneath our feet, but together, we become the storm. Together, we will write our own fate, even if it bleeds into the night. The night was thick with silence, a pregnant pause filled with the weight of unspoken fears. The moon hung low, shrouded in a veil of clouds, casting shadows that danced like anxious phantoms across the cobbled streets of London. I stood there, trembling in the cold, the distant rumble of cannon fire echoing like the heartbeat of the city, a heartbeat that felt both alive and dying. I remember the moment vividly, the echoes of clashing swords, the cries of men, the thunderous weight of destiny pressing down on us, each tick of the clock a reminder that time was running out. "Arthur, we must go." The voice of my friend, Thomas, pierced through the fog of my thoughts. His eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering flame of a nearby lantern, illuminating the fear that simmered just beneath the surface. I could see it in his clenched fists, the tightness of his jaw. This was not merely a skirmish, this was the tide turning, a battle not just for land but for the very essence of who we were. "Go where?" I shot back, anger threading through my voice like a sword unsheathed, desperate to sever the bonds of our impending doom. The Duke of Wellington was out there, a figure both revered and feared, a man who walked the razor's edge between glory and ruin. The fate of our nation rested on his shoulders, and yet, here I was, paralyzed by indecision, unable to move. I remember the tales of his courage, Thomas continued, his voice rising above the din of chaos, the way he held the line at Salamanca, the way he emerged from the smoke like a ghost, unyielding. He's our only hope. But hope felt like a thin thread, fraying at the edges, poised to snap with the slightest tremor. I could see Wellington's silhouette in my mind's eye, a towering figure, exuding charisma and command, yet haunted by the specters of his own choices. Was there a man beneath that polished armor, or merely a phantom, forever chasing the ghosts of battles won and lost? The air crackled with tension, and suddenly, a cannonball whistled through the darkness, a harbinger of destruction. I ducked instinctively, the earth trembling beneath the force of war. Yet a part of me stood rooted, gripped by the stark reality that this was not merely a theater of war, but a crucible of our souls. "Arthur! Move!" Thomas pulled me by the arm, his grip firm, grounding me. I could feel the heat of his fear, and I knew that behind his bravery lay a heart as fragile as glass. Each breath we took felt like a betrayal of the lives that were being shattered beyond the horizon. I didn't want to run, I wanted to stay and fight. But the truth was, I was terrified. Terrified of what the dawn would unveil, terrified of the darkness that lurked behind every corner, eager to consume us whole. The Duke, meanwhile, was somewhere out there, calculating, strategizing, weaving a tapestry of fate with the threads of sacrifice. The rumble of horses thundered closer, and I caught a glimpse of Wellington, silhouetted against the fiery glow of cannon fire. His face was a mask of stoic determination, a stark contrast to the chaos that roared around him. But beneath that facade, I sensed a crack, a flicker of doubt, a fleeting thought that strayed towards the mortal fear of failure. What if he faltered? What if he could not hold the line? Do you think he can win? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, the question hanging in the air like a prayer. Thomas paused, the weight of my inquiry wrapping around us, binding us in an uncertain embrace. I believe he must, he replied, his tone steady, but I could see the tremor in his hands. For if he falls, we all fall. And at that moment, I understood the depth of our plight. We were not merely fighting for territory, we were fighting for the very soul of our nation, for the right to dream, to hope, to exist beyond the confines of bloodshed and sorrow. The clash of steel erupted, and we were thrust back into the fray. I felt the adrenaline surge, the thrill of existence flooding my veins, intertwining with the dread that called in my stomach. In that moment, everything blurred, the lines of right and wrong, hero and villain, hope and despair. It was chaos, raw and untamed, and yet there was a strange beauty in it, a dance of life and death, the heartbeat of humanity laid bare against the backdrop of war. "Arthur!" Thomas shouted, pulling me towards a group of men gathering around Wellington. Their faces reflected a myriad of emotions, fear, determination, and, perhaps most hauntingly, resignation. In their eyes, I saw the ghosts of battles past, the echoes of their own dreams extinguished by the relentless tide of history. Wellington's voice rose above the clamor, steady and commanding, a lifeline thrown into the tempest. This is our moment. We fight not just for ourselves, but for the generations yet to come. We are the bastion of freedom. I felt it then, a swell of something greater than myself, an ember of hope igniting amidst the shadows. We were all flawed, each of us carrying our burdens and fears, yet we stood together under the banner of a man who dared to shoulder the weight of an entire nation. And so, we charged into the night, a chorus of souls intertwined in a symphony of defiance against the encroaching darkness. With every heartbeat, I felt the pulse of the city, an echo of lives lived and lost, dreams shattered and reforged. We were not alone, we were part of something larger, a story melding into the fabric of time. As the first light of dawn pierced the horizon, illuminating the battlefield stained with sacrifice, I held tightly to that ember, knowing that our fight, our struggle, had only just begun. The spectre of uncertainty loomed large, and still, we raced forward, entwined in the fire of hope, the shadows of despair trailing behind us like ghosts. It was in the chaos that I found clarity, the realization that we were not mere bystanders, we were the very essence of Britain, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Duke of Wellington, ready to embrace whatever came our way, even if it meant dancing once more with the spectre of death. And as the sun rose, we became more than ourselves, we became the heartbeat of history. In the dim light of a flickering lantern, shadows danced against the stone walls of the castle, flickering like memories fading in the night. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful wail that seemed to echo the hearts inside. The air was thick with tension, a palpable sense that something was about to break, a fragile alliance teetering on the brink of collapse. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, listening to the distant echoes of laughter that had once filled the halls, now replaced by whispers of betrayal. I remember the first time I saw Wilhelm. He was a figure carved from marble, strong, resolute, a leader born of fire and ambition. His eyes glinted with the promise of power, yet there was a flicker of something softer, something vulnerable beneath that steely veneer. "Trust me," he had said, a command wrapped in a plea. I believed him then. But belief is a fragile thing, shattering under the weight of reality. And then there was Elizabeth, with her fierce spirit and a heart that could ignite the coldest of winters. She moved like a flame, uncontainable, consuming, yet illuminating everything around her. I watched her from the shadows, cloaked in silence, wishing I could reach out and pull her back from the precipice she teetered upon. "Do you think love can outlast war?" she once asked, eyes wide with hope, as if the very notion could defy fate. Now, that question hung in the air like a spectre, mocking us. The tables had turned, allies now stood poised with daggers behind their backs. Wilhelm's ambition had twisted into paranoia, shadows whispering dark secrets into his ears. The alliance that once felt like a fortified wall now felt like a noose tightening around our throats. I could see it in their eyes, the fear that had morphed into hatred, the brothers in arms becoming brutal adversaries. That night, as the castle walls trembled with the weight of unspoken words, I felt the ground shift beneath us. "They're coming," one of the guards murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The word struck like lightning, igniting a storm of panic. I could hear the distant thunder of hooves, the growl of a war machine inching closer, and my heart raced in time with the chaos rising around us. The air was electric, charged with fear and desperation, a cocktail potent enough to shatter the strongest of wills. And there it was, the moment of truth. Wilhelm, standing at the battlements, a solitary figure framed by the night sky, the moon casting an eerie glow around him. "No retreat," he shouted, voice booming with the fury of a man possessed. I saw his jaw clench, the muscles in his neck taut like the strings of a bow. The weight of leadership pressed on him like a crown made of thorns, piercing deeper with each passing moment. But beneath that bravado, I caught the glimmer of doubt. Was he leading us to glory, or to our doom? The silence stretched thin, taut with the unspoken words hanging between us like a noose. "You don't have to do this, Wilhelm," I pleaded, but my voice was lost in the cacophony of war drums beating, a relentless rhythm echoing the chaos in my heart. Then, there was Elizabeth, standing by my side, her face pale yet defiant. "We have to decide," she breathed, urgency laced with fear. Her eyes searched mine, pleading for resolve. Will we stand with him or against him? The question was a rope, tying us both to the precipice of fate, the weight so heavy it threatened to pull us under. I felt the pull of her heart, the desperate longing for a world untainted by betrayal. "Together," I whispered, though even I wasn't sure which together I meant anymore, together with each other, or together against a man who had once been our beacon of hope. As the hooves thundered closer, I felt time slow, the world shifting into a surreal haze. It was as if the stars themselves had paused to witness our impending doom. I could see the soldiers lining up, faces etched with determination, yet I sensed the hesitation in their hearts. They were not just fighting for a cause, they were fighting for family, for friendships forged in the fires of camaraderie, now threatened by the flames of ambition. With every heartbeat, it became clearer, this was no longer just about land or power. It was about love and loyalty, about the souls caught in the crossfire of a conflict that had spiraled out of control. And in that moment, standing on the edge of destiny, I felt the crushing weight of my own choices. Could I sacrifice everything for the illusion of a past that no longer existed? As the gates creaked open, the darkness spilled in like ink spreading across a page, and I could feel it, the cold bite of betrayal, sharp as a dagger pressed against my skin. My breath quickened, a predator lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to strike. Elizabeth's hand slipped into mine, a lifeline in the storm. "Whatever happens, we face it together," she said, her voice steady, though I could hear the tremor beneath. In her eyes, I saw a reflection of my own fear, but also a flicker of something greater, a bond unbreakable by the chains of fate. But there was no time for hesitation. Wilhelm turned, his expression a tempest of rage and fear, the very embodiment of a man torn between what he once was and what he had become. "Choose your side," he roared, and the words sliced through the night like a blade. I could feel the air shift, the calm before the storm, and something deep within me snapped. I refuse to be a pawn in this game of shadows. The words erupted from my mouth, a desperate cry in a world gone mad. And the storm broke. The thundering of hooves met the roar of battle cries, a symphony of chaos that swallowed the night whole. The lines blurred, allies became foes, and the heart of Prussia trembled as a new era loomed. In those fleeting moments, amidst the cacophony of swords clashing and the haunting cries of men lost to the abyss, I realized that love was never simple. It was a battlefield in itself. The ghosts of our past loomed large, but the future remained unwritten, a canvas waiting for the brushstrokes of fate. And as the shadows lengthened, I felt it, the weight of the past pulling us back, while the promise of an uncertain tomorrow beckoned us forward. Would we rise from the ashes, or would we crumble into dust? The answer lay buried beneath the chaos, waiting, watching, ready to unfurl its truths when the time was ripe. In that moment, standing on the precipice of war, I knew this was only the beginning. The dance of destiny was just unfolding, and we were but players in a tragic play, our fates tangled in an inescapable web woven by our own hands. Rain pounds against the cobblestones, a relentless drum roll beneath the echoes of countrymen shouting in vain. I stand there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat. The air is thick with tension. Shadows flicker like ghosts, memories of what was and what could be. The city of Brussels quakes with the weight of ambition, its veins pulsing with the fervor of its people, their hopes, their despair intermingling in a heady swirl. I remember the night the world shifted. I remember the sound of gunfire, the cries of the innocent, the halting breaths of those who dared to dream amidst a growing storm. Lies, deceit, and fragile truths lie like dust on ancient stone. The strategic importance of this country, this beautiful, beleaguered Belgium, an oft-overlooked pawn in a game played by giants, hangs in the air like the tension before a lightning strike. I see her, Elise, standing there, defiance etched on her face. The daughter of a baker, she's tasted the bitterness of hunger and the sweetness of rebellion. Her spirit is a sharp blade in a world of blunted edges, her heart beats loudest when the flames of injustice flicker close. She is terrified, yes, but more than that, she is angry, and that anger burns brighter than any star in the black sky above us. Beside her stands Felix, his hands trembling. He hides a secret behind those gentle eyes, a truth that gnaws at him like the rats that scurry through the alleys. He's a historian, his books filled with tales of valor and loss, of battles fought on this very soil. But now, he finds himself caught in the web of his own making. He remembers the laughter of friends turned to ghosts, the whispers of promises that dissolved like sugar in water. The weight of his choices is a physical ache, wrapping around his heart with a vice grip. "We can't let them take it all," he whispers, his voice cracking, breaking against the white noise of chaos surrounding us. I remember the first time I saw Elise in the marketplace, her laughter ringing out like the peal of church bells. She had been bartering for flour, her nimble fingers dancing over the sacks as if they were a melody only she could hear. I remember how her eyes sparked with the fire of 1,000 suns, igniting a hope I thought lost. But hope is treacherous, a fickle companion that can turn to ash in an instant. The world outside our bubble was closing in, and now, in the eye of this storm, we were left to fend for ourselves. The air is electric with anxiety as the distant roar of engines grows louder. They are coming. I can feel it in my bones, the oppressive weight of history pressing down, a reminder of every battle fought on this sacred ground. The strategic crossroads of Europe, a tapestry woven with blood and dreams. I can taste the salt of my tears as I remember the faces of friends who believed in a different tomorrow, a tomorrow that now feels so far away. Felix grips Elise's hand, knuckles white, and the world narrows to their entwined fingers, a lifeline in a sea of uncertainty. The unity of their fear and hope is palpable, a shared heartbeat that resonates. "What do we do?" he asks, his voice laced with desperation. She turns to him, her fierce gaze unyielding. "We fight. We fight for them, the ones who cannot." Her words are a thunderclap, reverberating through the chaos, lifting the veil of hopelessness just long enough for us to breathe. The ground shakes beneath us, the military boots march in unison, a sinister rhythm that pulls at the threads of our sanity. I want to scream. I want to tear down the walls that confine us, to shake the foundations of oppression. I remember the stories of those who fought before us, the whispers of their bravery echoing in my mind. They became ghosts, but their spirits linger, fueling the flames of rebellion. I can almost hear their voices, softly urging us, "Do not let fear silence you." As they draw closer, the shadows of the past dance along the cobbled streets, and I find myself lost in a memory, a sweet summer day, laughter spilling like wine, the promise of a life untouched by the weight of war. I remember when the first whispers of conflict grazed our ears, and we laughed it off, naive. The world felt safe. But now? Now, the shadows twist, grow heavy, and the laughter fades like a dying ember. "Hold on to me," Felix urges. It's a simple command, yet it holds the weight of the universe. I feel Elise's grip tighten, an anchor in the storm. We may be small, but in this moment, we are defiant, a storm of our own brewing within the suffocating silence. For Belgium, she cries out, a battle cry that pierces through the din, igniting a spark of resolve in the hearts of those around us. The soldiers advance, cold steel glinting in the dim light, and the air grows thick with fear. But wrapped in the warmth of our shared vulnerability, I feel a flicker of hope amidst the impending chaos. The city lies before us, a battlefield of dreams and shadows, the pulse of its history thrumming in our veins. I remember the words of a philosopher I once read, in the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. And then it hits, the realization that this is not just about survival. This is about defining who we are in the face of adversity. It is about the choices we make, the stand we take. I can see it now, in Elise's fierce determination and Felix's unwavering hope. I remember the clock ticking in the distance, each tick a reminder that time does not wait, that we must act before the last grain of sand slips through the hourglass. The storm is upon us, and with it, the ghosts of our past, the echoes of our futures. Belgium, a small country with a heart that beats louder than any army could march. In this moment, we are not merely fighting for land. We are fighting for our souls, our very essence, the unquenchable spirit of a people who refuse to be silenced. And as the first drop of blood spills onto the cobblestones, the world holds its breath. The air crackles with intensity, and I know we are standing on the precipice of something monumental. I can feel the weight of history whispering in my ear, urging me onward as we step into the fray, hearts pounding, souls alight with purpose, ready to face whatever awaits us in the shadows. The air thickens like smoke in a dimly lit room, the kind of suffocating silence that whispers of impending doom. A clock ticks somewhere, each echo hammering home the weight of the moment. Tension hangs heavy, almost visible, as if the very fabric of reality bends under the strain of expectation. I stand at the periphery of chaos, the flickering candlelight illuminating the faces around me, each one a mask of fear, resolve, or a strange cocktail of both. I remember the first glimmer of dawn breaking over the horizon, casting long shadows that danced with the promise of bloodshed. The battlefield, what a cruel joke it is, a stage set for the tragic theatre of war. Bodies would soon litter the ground like discarded dreams, but for now, the world waits, teetering on the edge of a precipice. In the heart of Ligny, there's a trembling quiet, a hissing breath before the storm of cannon fire. There's Henri, clutching a tattered letter as if it were a lifebuoy in a sea of despair. His fingers tremble, quaking with the weight of unspoken words. His beloved, a fragile wisp of a woman, far removed from this grim tableau, haunts his thoughts. I can see the flicker in his eyes as he imagines her smile, the way her laughter could fill a void he didn't know existed. But now, she's an echo, a dream fading with every heartbeat racing toward battle. Will I survive? He whispers, but it's not just a question, it's a prayer, a curse. And then there's Marie, her heart pounding wildly beneath her corset, an insatiable drum echoing the chaos of her thoughts. She stands resolute yet terrified, a woman forged in the fires of a world that demands her silence, her submission. She's not just a spectator, she's entangled in this war, sister to soldiers, mother to lost children, and now, a figure of defiance. I observe her lips moving, forming words of encouragement to the men around her. But deep down, I see it, the tremor in her hands, the way she fights back tears as she brushes a stray lock of hair from her face. I will not let fear consume me, she tells herself, but the shadows whisper differently. Time stretches and contracts, a grotesque charade. The sun climbs, relentless, and with it, the tension thickens. I remember the stories, how this war would be a crucible, how lives would erupt like fireworks, bright and fleeting. The omnipresent spectre of death hovers over us, its icy fingers grazing the napes of our necks. The soldiers, mere boys with dreams of glory, laugh nervously, tossing jibes that mask their dread. Look at us, warriors, they jeer, but laughter crumbles into silence as the first distant rumble of cannon fire shakes the earth beneath our feet. And then it comes, an eruption of violence, an orchestra of chaos, a cacophony of screams and the thunder of galloping hooves. The sky darkens with smoke, swirling like spirits escaping a tomb, and I'm thrust into the maelstrom. Henri, eyes wild, charges forward, the letter slipping from his grasp, lost to the mud of fate. My heart sinks as I see the glimmer of fear turn into raw determination on his face. For France, he roars, though I can see the trembling in his legs betrays his bravado. Marie watches, rooted, as if the earth itself has claimed her. "Come back, Henri," she calls, her voice strangled with desperation. But the wind snatches her words, tossing them aside like so many dreams shattered before they bloom. It's a cruel thing, this war. It turns love into a spectre, something to be mourned even before it's lost. The first volley strikes, and the air ignites with a fierce brilliance. I can taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue, the acrid scent of gunpowder filling my lungs. Bodies tumble, lifeless marionettes cut from their strings. Henri's figure blurs in the chaos, and my heart races with the frantic hope that I will see him again. "Keep moving," a commanding voice bellows, but it's drowned in the chaos, swallowed by the monstrous wave of destruction. Marie, fierce in her resolve, takes a step forward, her spirit igniting amidst the ashes. She reaches out to the fallen, cradling their heads as if she can will them back to life, murmuring soft prayers that bleed into the cries of the dying. "Hold on! Hold on!" But even wounded soldiers bleed out their stories, and hope slips away like sand through fingers. In the distance, I see the remnants of humanity crumbling beneath the weight of war's monstrous appetite. It's all too clear now, the insignificance of our existence, the way time slips away like an unwritten letter, a half-formed wish. The battle rages on, a horrific ballet of valor and despair, and I'm swept into it, lost in its grotesque beauty. And as the sun sinks low, painting the sky in hues of blood and sorrow, a chill snags my breath. I grasp at fleeting images of Henri, of Marie, their fates entwined with a tapestry of fire and despair. Each heartbeat resonates with the cacophony of war, and I am trapped in a moment that stretches into eternity. What will become of us? I wonder, but the answer slips away, drowned in the tide of chaos. The night approaches, swallowing the world in shadows. And in that darkness, the Battle of Ligny becomes a monstrous echo, a prelude to the greater storm at Waterloo. There, in that haunted silence, I know we are only just beginning to unravel the threads of fate, threads that bind us in this dance with death. As the final echoes of gunfire fade into the night, one truth remains: the heartache is far from over. We are caught in a relentless loop, each moment a link in a chain that pulls us closer to the abyss. And so the stage is set, the players poised, ready to embrace whatever darkness awaits. The air was thick, a suffocating blanket of heat that wrapped around us like the grip of a vice. The distant rumble of cannon fire thrummed in my chest, a dark lullaby echoing through the hills of Austerlitz. I stood there, my heart pounding in sync with the chaos, a soldier in a world spiraling toward destruction. I remember the taste of gunpowder hanging in the air, bitter and metallic, sharp enough to slice through the tension. I remember the shouts, the clashing steel, the desperate cries of men who were once friends, now strangers lost to fear and ambition. Then there was Jean, a man whose laughter had once filled the barracks, now replaced by an anxiety that clung to him like a shadow. He stood beside me, eyes wide with terror and longing, as if he could see his dreams unraveling amidst the smoke. "They say Bonaparte has a plan," he whispered, his voice trembling. "A plan for quick victory." In this moment, those words felt like a promise wrapped in a threat, a haunting melody that echoed in the chaos. I remembered our youthful dreams, the grandeur of glory and honor, but those dreams felt like ancient relics now, decaying in the face of impending doom. The shadows of the past whispered in my ears, reminding me of the men we had lost, of lives extinguished before they could truly begin. Each heartbeat pulsed with the weight of their absence, a constant reminder that in war, time is a merciless companion, devouring all it touches. And then there was Caroline, how could I forget her? A fiery spirit, her laughter once danced in the fields like sunlight piercing through storm clouds. But now, as I fought to keep my composure, I could see her fragile heart fraying, caught in the crossfire of love and loyalty. I longed to comfort her, to tell her that all would be well, that the sun would rise again, but the truth felt like shards of ice lodged in my throat. I had sworn to protect her, yet here I stood, a mere pawn in a game played by men far above our station. Jean's eyes glinted with a mixture of admiration and fear as he spoke of Napoleon's strategy, a wild spark igniting within him as he recounted tales of rapid maneuvers and decisive victories. He promises to crush the Austrians swiftly, to bring glory back to France. Can you imagine what that could mean for us? His enthusiasm felt like a distant echo, a siren's call to men too caught up in the romanticism of battle to see the peril lurking in the shadows. But I wasn't so easily swayed. I remembered the whispers of the elders, the tales passed down through firelight and wine. Victory has a price, they had said. You might win the battle but lose your soul. The weight of those words settled heavily on my chest, squeezing the breath from my lungs as the sounds of war grew louder, a cacophony of triumph and despair mingled together, singing a haunting song of fate. Caroline's face flashed in my mind, a flickering candle in the dark, and I felt the urgency of the moment, the gnawing fear of loss taking root in the pit of my stomach. I had to survive, not for glory, but for her. My heart raced as I turned back to Jean. What if Bonaparte's plan fails? What if we're caught in the crossfire? My voice quivered, but my resolve hardened. The thought of returning to her empty-handed, a ghost of the man I once was, made my blood run cold. The sun dipped lower, casting eerie shadows across the battlefield, and with it came a grinding realization: the power of a single man's ambition could bring empires to their knees. Napoleon's rise was more than a historical footnote, it was a tempest, a storm gathering strength, and we were but leaves caught in its gale. He was a master of manipulation, a puppeteer tugging at the strings of fate, and we were the marionettes, dancing to his tune. Quick victory, I muttered, the words tasting bitter on my tongue, a sinister echo of our collective hope. What does that even mean in the end? The answer lingered unspoken in the air, thickening with each passing moment, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for the reckoning that was to come. The night deepened around us, cloaking the world in shadows, as if the cosmos itself conspired to drown the battlefield in darkness. Jean, ever the optimist, tried to shake off the weight of despair, but I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. We can't turn back now, he said, trying to fuel our courage with his bravado. We're in this together, remember? We fight for our future. Yet the truth hung heavy, a spectre trailing behind us. The dreams we had clung to felt like gossamer threads, fragile against the blade of reality. I wanted to shield Jean from the truth, to protect him from the chase of a phantom victory, but how could I, when I was haunted by my own fears? And in that moment of desperation, the silence shattered. The explosion of cannon fire lit the horizon like a funeral pyre, sending a ripple of dread coursing through the ranks. It was the harbinger of chaos, the prelude to a symphony of pain and bloodshed, and I felt the air crackle with the electric charge of impending doom. Get ready! I shouted, adrenaline coursing through my veins, as the world around us erupted into chaos. The ground trembled beneath us, a reminder that history was not a mere sequence of events, it was alive, breathing, and waiting to swallow us whole. And as we plunged forward into the fray, I grasped the threads of my own heart, determined to fight not just for victory, but for the flickering hope of a shared tomorrow. The battle beckoned, fierce and unforgiving, and the clock of fate ticked loudly in the distance, each tick a reminder that time was slipping away. The stakes had never been higher, and in that moment, beneath the chaos, I knew we were all bound together in this frenzied dance with destiny, spiraling toward an uncertain end. Victory, quick or not, was just a breath away. But at what cost? A gunshot cuts through the morning fog, a violent punctuation in the eerie silence that blankets the battlefield. It echoes like a death knell, sending a jolt through the hearts of men gathered in the mud, their faces smeared with dirt and fear. I remember the air thick with tension, the scent of gunpowder mingling with the cold, damp earth beneath my trembling feet. This was not merely a moment, it was a suspended breath, time hanging like a fragile thread. I glanced at Arthur, his eyes wide, reflecting the chaos around him. Just a boy, really, no more than 16, yet he wears a soldier's uniform like a shroud. He clutches his musket, knuckles white, as if the weapon could somehow shield him from the madness. Do you think we'll see the sunset again? He whispers, voice cracking, barely audible above the distant clamor. I want to tell him the truth, that sunsets are for the lucky, for those who do not stand on the cusp of annihilation. But the words die in my throat, choked by the weight of my own uncertainty. Nearby, Eleanor crouches low, her dark hair cascading like a veil over her shoulders. She is fierce and relentless, a flame against the encroaching darkness. Her eyes dart, scanning the horizon as if to will the enemy to dissolve into the mist. I remember how she laughed once, back when laughter wasn't a weapon. It was a melody of hope, the kind that felt like sunlight pouring through the cracks of a weary heart. Now, that laughter is buried under the weight of dread, replaced by a steely determination that sends shivers racing down my spine. Stay close, she commands, and there is a raw power in her voice, an authority that defies the very nature of this hellscape. But can command keep us safe? I cannot even command my own trembling hands, which feel like they are made of ice. I try to replicate her confidence, to armor myself against the fear gnawing at my insides, but it's a flimsy shield. The rumble of distant cannons rolls through the valley like thunder announcing a storm. I remember the moments before battle, the way time stretched and twisted, every heartbeat ticking like a clock unhinged. The colors of the world grew dimmer, as if the universe was holding its breath, waiting for the death toll to rise. Look! Arthur gasps, pointing toward the horizon where shadows gather, figures emerging like specters from the gloom. They advance, an army of darkness, and I feel a primal dread clawing its way up my throat. This is not a simple encounter, it is the collision of destinies, the weight of empires on our shoulders. I want to scream, to run, but my feet are rooted in place, caught in the morass of despair. Together? Eleanor's voice pierces the fog of my thoughts, and I'm reminded of the bonds we forged under simpler skies. I remember sitting by the river, sharing dreams and secrets, as if the world beyond that moment didn't exist. But the world is here now, shattering our fragile dreams with each step of the approaching enemy. Hold your ground! The sergeant bellows, his boisterous voice rising above the cacophony, but I can see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. None of us believe it, not really. There's an unspoken understanding that we stand on the edge of oblivion, and the horizon is darkening with the weight of fate. My breath is labored, heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. I glance at Arthur, his trembling, a leaf caught in an autumn wind. What do we do? He whispers, and I hear the boy in him, the innocence that has no place on this battlefield. I want to tell him we fight, that bravery is forged in moments like these. But can I even convince myself? The world spins, memories flood in, ghostly reminders of laughter and freedom, of hands clasped in friendship as we dared to dream the impossible. And yet, here we are, the shadows creeping closer, swallowing those dreams whole. Eleanor grips my arm, squeezing tightly, and I feel the warmth of her presence amidst the cold dread. We fight, she declares, the fire returning to her eyes. For each other. For the life beyond this moment. Her resolve ignites something within me. I remember the way she stood against the storm, her spirit unyielding. The enemy reaches the crest of the hill, a sea of faces painted by the same dread that consumes us. I can almost taste their fear mingling with ours, a bitter concoction that swirls in the air. I hear the clatter of metal and the distant cries that seem to echo the struggle of humanity. Each sound is a reminder we are all part of this brutal tapestry, interwoven like threads fraying at the edges. Get ready! The sergeant roars once more, though his voice is beginning to falter, the reality of our plight dawning upon him. I grip my musket tighter, feeling its cold metal as it becomes an extension of my will. In this moment, time slows, memories cascade like leaves in a storm, my mother's hands cradling my face, the warmth of a summer sun, laughter that once bled into twilight. And I know, in this breath, this heartbeat, that we are not just soldiers. We are children, dreamers, lovers of life. As the enemy surges forward, a tide of anger and despair, my heart races. I see Arthur frozen, caught between the weight of his fear and the flicker of courage that sparks in his chest. I remember what Eleanor said, together. It pulses in the air. And when the clash begins, it will not just be a battle of steel and flesh, it will be a tempest of souls, colliding against the dark backdrop of history, where every scream, every cry, every heartbeat echoes into eternity. I feel the weight of it, the inevitability, and I'm terrified yet exhilarated, as if the cosmos holds its breath, waiting for our choices to unfold. Together? I scream, my voice rising above the chaos, the mantra echoing as we prepare to face the abyss. In the heart of despair, we find a flicker of hope, and just before the storm breaks, I know, that's where we will find our strength. The room crackles with tension, a jolt of electricity that feels almost alive. The air is thick with anticipation, every breath a fight against the suffocating weight of unspoken fears. Outside, the city thrums with chaos, the distant wail of sirens a haunting lullaby, a reminder that life hangs by a thread, fragile, precarious, beautiful. I stand at the edge of that chaos, heart pounding, and I know something is coming. Something dark and inevitable. I remember standing there, my fingers trembling against the cool metal of the door handle, a solitary figure framed against the shadows. Inside, two souls writhed in conflict, Ella, fierce and unyielding as the waves crashing against the shore, and Marcus, a storm of emotions bottled up beneath his stoic facade, a man caught in the crossfire of love and desperation. Their lives intertwined like the tangled roots of ancient trees, both reaching for the light but held back by the weight of their choices. Ella's voice cuts through the silence, sharp as glass. "You don't understand, Marcus. You think strength is enough? You think I can just fight my way out of this?" Her words pulse, raw and vibrating with a passion that could ignite the very air around us. I feel her frustration like a visceral punch to the gut, bleeding into my own insecurities about my inadequacies. "I'm not asking you to fight alone," he replies, a tremor in his voice that belies his rigid posture. His eyes flicker with something unnameable, a fear, perhaps, or regret. But we have to confront them. Together. I see it now, an invisible cage formed by unspoken truths and the ghosts of their shared history. A suffocating silence, punctuated only by the ticking of a clock, counting down to something inevitable. I remember the way time seemed to stretch, distorting, bending under the weight of their unresolved emotions. I could almost see the clock hands moving lazily, mocking us as we navigated the labyrinth of our shared pain. The shadows danced along the walls, whispering secrets of past betrayals and dreams deferred. Each second felt like a century, and I couldn't help but feel that we were all trapped in this moment, bound by the threads of our choices. Ella steps closer, her voice dropping to a harsh whisper, raw and aching. "Together? What does that even mean, Marcus? You think you can save me? You think you can fix this?" Her vulnerability is a knife, cutting through the layers of bravado, revealing the trembling heart beneath. The walls around me seem to close in, and for a fleeting moment, I'm lost in the depths of her despair. "I don't want to save you," he says, each word deliberate, heavy with meaning. "I want to stand beside you. But I need you to let me in." The admission hangs between them, a fragile thread that could either bind them together or snap under the weight of their unresolved fears. In the corner of the room, a single light flickers, casting ominous shadows that writhe like serpents on the wall. I'm reminded of the darkness lurking just outside the door, the unknown forces that threaten to unravel everything. The composition of forces, a delicate balance of love and fear, strength and vulnerability. It's as if the universe spins around us, a cosmic dance of fate and choice, and every heartbeat echoes the struggle between what we want and what we fear. I remember the way Ella's eyes glistened, a storm brewing beneath the surface. "You think I'm strong enough?" she asks, her voice trembling. "But what if I'm not? What if I break?" The words tumble out, a confession laden with the weight of her past, her fears spilling like a torrential downpour. "Then we break together," Marcus responds, his gaze unflinching. "But we won't let them take us down without a fight. They can't have you. Not like this." A fire ignites in his words, an intensity that pierces through the darkness that threatens to engulf us. I can feel the heat radiating from him, wrapping around us like a shield, pushing back against the encroaching shadows. And then there's me, an observer caught in their tempest, a ghost lingering in the periphery, yearning to be part of something greater. I feel the pang of loneliness, the desperate need for connection, the longing to break free from the chains of my own fears. My heart beats in rhythm with theirs, a silent witness to the storm brewing in the room. "Do you feel it?" I whisper, just loud enough for them to hear. "The storm outside? It mirrors us. We're on the brink, and we have to choose." The tension coils tighter, and I can almost taste the fear mingled with the hope, a bittersweet concoction that stirs something deep within. As the clock ticks louder, punctuating the silence with its relentless rhythm, I realize that they stand at a crossroads. Ella's eyes dart toward the door, the uncertainty clawing at her resolve. What happens if we fail? She breathes, the question heavy with dread, a shadow of despair creeping into her voice. Then we fight again, Marcus replies, unyielding. But we don't fail. Not like this. Not today. And in that moment, I see it, the flicker of hope igniting in Ella's eyes, a fragile flame ready to be nurtured. The clock chimes, a cruel reminder that time is slipping away. The forces outside are gathering, a tidal wave of uncertainty crashing toward us. Shadows pulse and twist, mirroring the turmoil within. The numbers are against us, but it doesn't matter. What matters is this moment, this raw, fragile truth we've built together. I remember the weight of their hands as they reach for each other, a silent pact forged in the fire of their shared struggles. The air crackles with potential, a crescendo building toward an inevitable climax. The forces converge, and in that instant, I know we're on the precipice of something monumental. The city outside may be crumbling, but within these walls, a new force rises, a composition of hearts bound not by fear, but by an unbreakable resolve. And as I watch them, I understand that this isn't just a battle against the darkness, this is a celebration of their strength, a defiance against the forces that seek to tear them apart. And I know, as the shadows loom ever closer, that this is just the beginning. The ground trembles beneath the weight of 1,000 marching feet, an ominous rumble that echoes deep within the chests of the soldiers, a harbinger of chaos looming in the thick, heavy air of dawn. It's June 16, 1815, and the world is on the brink of a cataclysm. The sun rises, but it casts no warmth, its light merely illuminates the dirt and blood that will soon mingle on the fields of Waterloo. I remember the taste of fear on my tongue, metallic and bitter, as I stood shoulder to shoulder with men whose faces were as pale as the ghosts that haunted my dreams. I remember their eyes, glassy, wide, unblinking, as they awaited orders that would shatter their lives. There, among them, was Henri, a boy with dreams too big for his small frame, his heart thrumming with thoughts of glory, though I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. And beside him, Alphonse, my friend, a man whose laughter once filled the taverns with life, now silenced by the spectre of death lurking at the edge of our resolve. Alphonse turned to me, his voice barely a whisper, "Do you think we'll see tomorrow?" The question hung in the air, a fragile thread stretched taut between hope and despair. I wanted to tell him that tomorrow was a promise, but the truth was a cold knife lodged deep in my throat, choking my words. Instead, I shrugged, feigning indifference, but in that moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. The scent of gunpowder lingered in the air, mingling with the damp earth, a bitter perfume that clung to our skin. Above us, the sky churned with dark clouds, as if the heavens themselves were preparing to weep for the blood that would soon stain the soil. I could hear the distant thunder of artillery, a cruel reminder that violence was an uninvited guest at our gathering of souls. I remember standing there, the chill of the morning air wrapping around me like a shroud, enveloping me in dread. There was no escape from the march toward inevitable destruction. As we advanced, the rhythm of our feet became a heartbeat, a pulse of collective anxiety that quickened with each step closer to the enemy. With every footfall, I felt my spirit fracture, a mosaic of bravery and terror. Henri marched ahead, his youthful exuberance a stark contrast to the apprehension that weighed heavily on my chest. He was a child playing at war, desperately clutching onto dreams that would either shatter or solidify in the crucible of battle. "They say we will make history, do you hear?" he shouted over his shoulder, his voice trembling with a mix of eagerness and fear. I wanted to scream back, to tell him that history was written in blood and tears, that glory was the siren's call leading men to their doom. The sun broke through the clouds, casting long shadows that danced across the fields, and in that moment, the world felt impossibly vast. Time seemed to stretch, a taut wire pulled between my heart and the inevitability ahead. I glanced at Alphonse, who stood lost in his own thoughts, biting his lip, his hands trembling slightly. I could see the memories etched on his brow, the faces of loved ones flashing before him like specters haunting the corners of his mind. "If I fall," he said suddenly, "tell my sister I loved her." The raw honesty of his words struck me like a steel blade, and I nodded, feeling the lump in my throat grow heavier. The sounds of the world began to fade, the birds that had once filled the air with song now silent, as if even nature held its breath. All that remained was the march, a relentless advance toward the unknown. Each step felt like an act of rebellion against fate, each heartbeat a defiance against despair. And then, the horizon shifted. Smoke began to curl in the distance, a dark plume that spiraled upwards, rising like a curse into the sky. My stomach knotted, and I felt the weight of history pressing down on me, the echoes of countless battles whispering warnings through the ages. "It's too late to turn back," I murmured, a realization settling deep in my bones. "This is our fate." Henri glanced back, his youthful spirit flickering in the face of reality. "But what if we are heroes?" he asked, as if the very notion could stave off the impending doom. I wanted to laugh, to tell him that heroes were often the first to fall, but the weight of his hope suffocated my cynicism. Instead, I offered a weak smile, one that felt foreign on my lips. The sun was high now, casting a harsh glare on the field, illuminating the faces of men who were no longer boys. I felt the air thicken with tension, with unspoken fears, with the scent of impending violence. The shadows of doubt loomed over us, flickering like candle flames caught in a tempest. We were mere pawns on a chessboard, manipulated by the hands of fate, our movements predetermined by the whims of the powerful. The moment arrived, a crack of thunder that shattered the silence, and the ground erupted in chaos. I remember the screams, an orchestra of terror, a cacophony that drowned out my thoughts, a symphony of despair that reverberated through the very fabric of my soul. The world exploded into color and sound, a violent tapestry woven with threads of fear and bravery. I turned to Alphonse, but he was gone, swallowed by the chaos, and Henri was beside me, his youthful face twisted in terror. "Stay close!" I shouted, my voice barely breaking through the storm of gunfire and cries. But in that moment, we were no longer individuals, we were a part of something larger, something terrifying and beautiful, a moment suspended in time. The sky was painted in the hues of war, and I felt the pull of destiny, a dark gravity drawing us toward the abyss. And as I marched forward, heart pounding, I understood that there was no turning back. The battle awaited us, and we were but shadows on the cusp of annihilation, haunting echoes of the living, marching toward a future carved in blood. The clang of metal against metal rang like a death knell, drowning out the chaotic discord of war. Dust churned in the air, swirling in the fading light like the spirits of those who had fallen. I stood frozen, heart pounding, as the silhouettes of cavalrymen cut through the twilight sky, their horses a tempest of muscle and fury, galloping toward some unseen abyss. I remember the chill, the kind that whispers promises of dread, creeping down my spine, as adrenaline surged through my veins. Across the battlefield, I spotted Elara, the fierce captain of the cavalry, a woman forged in the fires of loss. Her eyes blazed, and in that moment, I could see every scar etched upon her soul, each a testament to the betrayal of trust, the weight of command. She held her sword high, a beacon amidst the chaos, leading her men with a determination that pierced the fog of despair. I remember how she had once told me, fear is just another word for anticipation. But in that heartbeat, standing alongside her, fear felt like a living thing, gnawing at my insides. There was Finn too, a young recruit, barely more than a boy, who wore his heart on his sleeve. He had joined the cavalry seeking glory, believing the poems sung of valor and heroism. But as he rode, I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the shadows of his own dreams crashing into the harsh reality of blood and mud. I remember the way he had stammered during his first briefing. "What if I fail? What if I am not enough?" His voice had trembled, and a part of me had wanted to reassure him, to promise him the world. But the battlefield knows no mercy, and I couldn't lie to him. As the cavalry charged, the ground trembled beneath a symphony of pounding hooves and clashing swords. The air thickened with the scent of sweat and iron, a reminder of how fragile our existence was, how quickly it could dissolve into nothingness. I remember the moment Elara turned to me, her gaze fierce, yet there was a flicker of vulnerability beneath the surface. "I can't lose them," she whispered, and it struck me then, the burden she bore was too heavy for any one soul. But the weight of leadership was a lonely, isolating thing. Riding beside her, I felt the pull of impending doom. The enemy was closer now, shapes emerging from the haze, and I could see their banners fluttering like dark wings against the fading sun. They were coming for us, a relentless tide, and I could feel the electricity crackling in the air, the promise of violence. It was intoxicating, terrifying, and I wanted to scream, to shake Finn awake from his dreams of glory. But there was no time for dreams now, only the raw, undeniable reality of survival. The clash was thunderous. The moment Ilara's sword met the first enemy, a cry tore through her throat, fierce and primal. I remember it echoing in my mind, a battle cry, a requiem all at once. Finn was beside her, and I saw the transformation he underwent, his boyish fear morphing into something raw and powerful. He charged like a wild animal, his laughter mingling with the chaos around us. I wanted to tell him to hold on to that joy, but the battlefield devours innocence whole, and I could see the shadows creeping in, ready to snuff it out. With every swing of the sword, I felt the pulse of life, the thrill of battle coursing through my veins. Yet, beneath that pulse lay a sinister undertow, a reminder of the ghosts that lingered behind us, their whispers clawing at our sanity. I remember catching sight of a fallen soldier, his lifeless eyes staring at the heavens, a haunting reflection of our own mortality. It was a dark comedy, the absurdity of it all, fighting for a world that seemed determined to forget. The tide began to turn, the enemy faltering as our cavalry pressed forward. But with victory came loss. I watched as Finn stumbled, caught off guard, a dark shape emerging from the shadows to claim him. I felt it in my gut, the sharp twist of terror as he fell, his laughter silenced, leaving only the hollow echoes of what might have been. Ilara's scream shattered the air, raw and unfiltered, a sound that transcended the battlefield. It was a howl of grief, a chasm of despair that pulled me into its depths. In that moment, time fractured. I saw myself standing beside a young man who had dared to dream, and I realized I could not save him. My heart splintered as I watched Ilara's resolve falter, watched the weight of her decisions pressing down upon her shoulders, crushing her spirit. I should have protected him, she would say later, a whispered confession laced with guilt that would haunt her nights. The battlefield transformed, warping into a grotesque theater of shadows and light. I could feel the air thickening, the presence of the fallen surrounding us, a choir of voices whispering secrets of bravery and sorrow. With every heartbeat, I thought of the stories that would never be told, of dreams shattered in an instant. This was the role of cavalry, heroes forged in the crucible of conflict, yet bound to the heartbreak of loss. And then, like the final note of a melancholic sonata, the battle subsided. Silence descended upon the field, broken only by the moans of the wounded, the cries of the bereaved. I looked at Ilara, her face etched with lines of sorrow, and Finn, oh Finn, forever a ghost of what could have been. The weight of their sacrifices hung heavy in the air, an unspoken promise to carry their memories forward, to honor the fallen. Time passed, but the echoes of that fateful day lingered, a reminder that the roles we play are often shrouded in complexity. The cavalry would ride again, but the scars remained. I remember I stood there, amidst the ghosts, the haunting laughter of a boy turned man, and the fierce cry of a leader who would never forget. The battle may have ended, but the story wove itself into the fabric of our souls, a tapestry of loss, courage, and the relentless pursuit of purpose amidst the shadows. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I carried their memories with me, knowing that the cavalry's tale was far from over, their spirits forever intertwined with the legacy we would continue to forge. The clock ticked on, and the shadows shifted, leaving only the whispers of what was yet to come. The ground shudders beneath a sky stained with ash, a melody of chaos that echoes through the valley. Gunpowder thickens the air, each breath a struggle against the weight of despair. The distant rumble of artillery, a heartbeat of war, thrums against the chest of a city caught in the grip of destruction. I stand there, heart racing, skin prickling with the acrid scent of smoke and fear. And I remember, this is not just a fight for land, it's a clash of souls, a cacophony of dreams shattered like glass. In the midst of this nightmare, a figure emerges, Captain Ilara, her face illuminated by the fiery glow of a distant explosion. Her eyes, like twin stars lost in a blackened sky, reflect the sheer determination of a woman who has seen too much. Each heartbeat is heavy with unspoken words, burdens carried alone. "We can turn the tide," she says, her voice laced with both hope and desperation. In her grip, a battered map, a tangled web of arrows and notes, the ghost of strategy breathing life into chaos. But what of her brother, Eric, a soldier too brave for his own good? He stands a few paces away, his hands shaking, the weight of a rifle almost too much to bear. "They're just shadows, Ilara," he whispers, his voice trembling with the fear that haunts him. Just shadows. And yet, those shadows are filled with the echoes of his fallen comrades, their laughter transformed into screams. A part of him longs for the innocence of battle before artillery turned men into mere numbers, before they became nothing more than a tally in a grim ledger. The first boom sends a shockwave through the ground, a visceral reminder of their reality. I can feel the vibrations in my bones, the way they reverberate through the air like a dark symphony. Ilara snaps into action, barking orders as if trying to command the very chaos surrounding them. "Prepare the cannons. Aim for their flank." Every syllable is a lifeline thrown into the storm. But as the gunners scramble, I see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, a flickering candle caught in a tempest. And then there's the moment when the world holds its breath. The cannon fires, a thundering roar that drowns out all thoughts. There's a split second, a heartbeat suspended in time, before the shell rips through the air, hurtling toward an unseen enemy. I can almost see the trajectory, a comet blazing through darkness, a promise of destruction. And there it is. The explosion. A blinding flash that consumes the horizon. It's not just a sound, it's a visceral punch to the gut, the way it reverberates through the marrow of existence. For an instant, everything is illuminated, a stark contrast of light against the encroaching shadows. The cries of the wounded cut through the air, sharp and raw, and I can feel Eric's body tense beside me, a tight coil ready to spring, ready to face the inevitable. But he hesitates, frozen in the moment. "What have we become?" he murmurs, the words laced with a haunting realization. Ilara's gaze slices through the smoke, fierce and unyielding. "We do what we must," she replies, her voice steady, but even she cannot hide the tremor that flickers in her words. The artillery is their salvation, their damned necessity, but it's also a mirror reflecting the horrors they've unleashed, a dance with death where the music grows darker with every beat. As the battle rages on, I find myself pulled into a whirlwind of emotion, fear, anger, sorrow, and a flicker of reckless hope. Around us, soldiers fall, bodies crumpling like discarded dreams. Each life lost is a weight I can't shake, a reminder of the cost of innovation, of tactics that have evolved beyond mere sword and shield. The artillery has become a cruel god, demanding sacrifices, and no one knows how to appease it. Ilara's voice cuts through the haze, a beacon in the storm. "We fight for them," she cries, her heart pounding in rhythm with the thunder of the cannons. "For our fallen. For our future." Each word is a prayer, each shout a plea for meaning amidst the chaos. I see her strength, her resolve, but it's like watching a candle flicker in a tempest. The light may shine bright, but the darkness surrounds it, waiting for that moment of weakness. And then, just as hope flickers like a dying flame, the shadows shift. Eric's gaze locks onto something in the distance, faint outlines of the enemy, silhouettes against the smoky horizon. "They're coming," he gasps, the tremor in his voice replaced by a primal instinct. The world shrinks down to that single moment, the heartbeat suspended, a precipice teetering on the edge of catastrophe. The cannon fires again, a deafening roar that drowns out everything. I feel the shockwave smashing against my chest, knocking the breath from my lungs. And in that moment, all the memories flood back, the laughter, the warmth of sunlight on a carefree day, the dreams they once had before the artillery turned life into a battlefield. As the dust settles, the reality strikes. This isn't just war, it's a crucible, a forge where humanity is tempered and twisted. Ilara stands tall, a warrior goddess amidst the ruins, but I see the fractures beneath her skin, the weight of 1,000 decisions pressing down upon her. Eric, on the other hand, falters, the shadows closing in, the ghosts of the past clamoring for attention, each demanding to be acknowledged. But they push on, because that's what warriors do. They fight, they endure, they bear witness to the horrors of their choices. The artillery roars on, a relentless reminder that innovation has its price, and sometimes, the price is paid in blood and tears. The battle is far from over, it's just begun. In this tempest of emotion and chaos, I find myself caught, breathless and alive. The weight of the world hangs heavy in the air, and I know this is only the beginning, a mere echo of the storm yet to come. The shadows whisper promises of both destruction and rebirth, and as I stand there, heart racing, breath hitching, I can't help but wonder what price will be paid for the next cannon's fire. Gunfire echoed like thunder through the valley, each shot a heartbeat, each scream a piercing cry that rattled the very bones of the earth. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the bitter tang of sweat. I stood there, heart racing, trapped in an inferno of chaos, the world around me splintering into shards of agony and terror. I never wanted to be here. But here I was, Private Elijah Brenner, sweeping my rifle up to the shoulder, and trying to remember the last time I felt safe. I remember my mother's voice, gentle yet resolute, urging me to be brave. Did she know what brave meant? Did she understand the weight of a rifle that felt foreign in my hands? Who was I, if not a boy from a quiet town, thrust into a firestorm of mortality and madness? In front of me, men I had trained with transformed into specters, their eyes wide with fear, their bodies moving with a desperate grace that belied their panic. We were all part of a machine, the infantry, the backbone of the army, and yet, in that moment, we were nothing more than desperate souls fighting against the void. To my left, Sergeant Mason, a man whose laughter could fill a room, now wore a mask of grim determination. His hands shook ever so slightly as he reloaded his gun. He was a father of two, his wife a constant ache in his chest, a ghost that haunted his dreams, yet here he was, standing resolute in the face of impending doom. I could see it in his eyes, he was fighting for more than survival, he was fighting for a promise, for a future he desperately wanted to return to. Fight, Brenner! Fight like hell, he screamed, his voice cutting through the din, and I saw the weight of his fear transform into something fierce. Fight like hell. Those words were a mantra, a prayer resonating in my skull, each syllable wrapping tightly around my heart like a vice. I couldn't let him down. I couldn't let anyone down. Out on the battlefield, camaraderie and dread intertwined, an invisible force binding us together. We were a collective heartbeat, thrumming with every explosion, every cry, every moment that threatened to pull us apart. Then there was Private Sophia Torres, small but indomitable, a warrior hidden behind flickering shadows. She crouched beside me, her dark eyes glistening with something fierce, a resolve forged in fire. I remembered the night she told us stories of her at Wheeler, tales woven with the strength of women who fought against oblivion. You fight for your family, she had said, her voice a cracked whisper against the dark. You fight so they can live. Each shot she fired was like a vow, a promise not just to herself but to every soul that depended on her. Stay close! I shouted, even as panic clawed at my throat. I could barely hear my own voice over the cacophony, but I felt her nod beside me, a grounding presence in a world gone mad. And then it happened, a muffled explosion, a surge of heat, and suddenly Mason was down, his body crumpling like paper beneath the weight of the world. No! Mason! Time fractured as I rushed forward, adrenaline coursing through me. I was lost, a comet spiraling through the chaos, searching for a tether to reality. I could see his blood pooling, the life seeping away, a cruel reminder of the fragility of existence. I pressed my hands onto the wound, but it was like trying to hold back a river with my bare hands. I remember the way his eyes flickered, a moment of recognition, a flash of the man he had been just moments before. Get them out, Brenner! You have to. His words trailed off into an agonizing silence, a damning whisper swallowed by the roar of battle. I felt my heart crack as I realized what I was losing. This wasn't just a battle, it was a funeral for the living. It was the death of laughter and warmth, the end of the stories we had shared, the dreams we had clung to in the nights of unbroken silence. I was left holding the weight of a promise I could never fulfill. Around me, the fight raged on, a tempest of smoke and fire, but I was trapped in that moment, the world narrowing until it was just me and the echoes of Mason's courage. I could feel the weight of Sophia's gaze, a spark of defiance igniting in her chest. We have to keep moving, she cried, and her voice pulled me back, yanking me from the depths of despair. Move! I shouted, gripping my rifle like a lifeline, knowing that our fight wasn't just for survival, it was for every laugh we had stolen, every tear we had shed in the dark. As we pushed forward, the battlefield became a surreal tapestry of chaos, each explosion a heartbeat, each scream a haunting melody. I felt the pulsating rhythm of our lives intertwined, drawing us closer to the edge of oblivion. Every second stretched, time itself holding its breath. I remember the shadows creeping closer, the ghosts of our fallen comrades whispering in the wind. They were there, urging us on, reminding us that the infantry was more than just bodies in a line of fire. We were hearts beating as one, a savage symphony of hope and despair. I glanced at Sophia, her eyes fierce, alive with the fire of rebellion. In the depths of hell, we each bore our scars, flawed, broken, yet beautiful in their resilience. With each step we took, we were writing a new story, one that defied the darkness, a tale of survival stitched together by desperation and courage. And somewhere in that chaos, I could almost hear the echoes of laughter, the memories of home mingling with gunfire. I wasn't just fighting for survival, I was fighting for every moment that would be lost if we failed. The infantry, the backbone of our army, was more than flesh and blood, it was spirit and soul, a relentless drive to push forward no matter the cost. As we closed in on the enemy's stronghold, a wild, frenetic energy surged through me. I felt it in my veins, a primal scream that begged to break free. We were nothing if not alive, and in that moment, it became clear, this was our moment, our fight, our legacy. The ghosts of the fallen walked with us, urging us to the edge, and I couldn't stop now. Together, I whispered. We fight together. And as we surged forward, I understood, this battle was ours. The wounds, the blood, the fear, it was all part of the tapestry we wove, an eternal dance on the precipice of darkness. The infantry, the unsung heroes, we would not be forgotten. Not today. Silence hung in the air, thick as the fog that clung to the ground, wrapping itself around the bones of the battlefield. The stillness was a prelude, a suspended moment before the storm. I remember the chill creeping up my spine that day, as if the ghosts of warriors past whispered warnings in my ear. I stood there, heart hammering, feet planted in the churned earth of Waterloo. "Can you feel that?" murmured Henry, his eyes wild with fear, flicking nervously to the horizon where shadows lurked. A soldier, a friend, but more importantly, a man wrestling with his own demons. He had signed up for glory, for the thrill of war, but now he was just a boy amidst chaos. Every fiber of his being trembled, not from the cold, but from the weight of what lay ahead. The promise of valor was slipping through his fingers like so much sand. "I remember," I whispered, my voice swallowed by the murmur of the trees, old sentinels standing guard, ancient witnesses to the folly of men. I remembered the nights spent dreaming of heroism, the tales of knightly valor that danced in my head like fireflies, lighting up the darkness. But here, in the muck of history, those dreams felt like cruel jokes. The terrain was a cruel mistress. On one side, gentle slopes rolled like waves, promising an advantage for the attackers. But those slopes also hid traps, ditches deep enough to swallow a manhole, concealing the very tools of our destruction. The ground was uneven, treacherous, a reflection of our own hearts, full of hope one moment, despair the next. I could almost hear the earth groan beneath the weight of our ambition. "Do you think we'll survive this?" Henry's voice cracked, a whisper of fear and hope twined together. I turned to him, the sunlight catching the sheen of sweat on his brow. God, he was so young, so alive. But I could see the shadows creeping into his spirit, threatening to consume him whole. I remember, I started again, the words echoing, a talisman against the encroaching dark. I remember how much we wanted to be heroes once. Charlotte emerged from the haze, her presence a spark in the gloom. The daughter of a merchant, she had joined us, driven by a fierce love for her brother, lost to the madness of this war. She fought with words and conviction, her spirit a tempest that raged against the chains of expectation. "We cannot afford to falter," she shouted, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. But her eyes told another story. They shimmered with the weight of loss yet to come. I saw it, the way hope and sorrow danced in her gaze, a macabre waltz beneath the clouds. She clutched a tattered banner, its colors faded, a relic of dreams that might never see the light of dawn. For every advantage the terrain offers, it takes away twice as much, she said, her voice trembling, revealing a vulnerability she tried so hard to mask. The ground beneath us felt alive, pulsating with the energy of life and death. I could hear the distant rumble of horses, the clink of metal as soldiers prepared for the onslaught. My heart raced with the anticipation of battle, but it was a strange mixture of fear and exhilaration. A sudden chill swept through the air, and I felt it, an overwhelming sense of dread. The terrain was shifting beneath our feet, a deceptive friend that could turn to an enemy in an instant. I remembered the stories of men who had fought here, their blood staining the soil, their cries lost to time. The very earth was a tapestry of sorrow, woven with the threads of forgotten dreams. Henry had closed his eyes, trying to will himself to a place of courage, of strength. But I could see the cracks forming, the anxiety clawing at his insides. "What if we're just pawns?" he whispered, the words slipping from his lips like a confession. "What if this is all for nothing?" Charlotte stepped closer, her eyes fierce and determined. "No. We are not pawns. We are more than that. We are the choice, the fire." Her voice rose, filled with a passion that ignited something deep within me. I remembered my own desires, my own fears bubbling to the surface like a pot left to boil over. But as the sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows across the field, I felt the weight of inevitability pressing down on us. The landscape, once merely a backdrop, had transformed into a living beast, ready to consume us. I could almost taste the bitterness of iron on my tongue, the smell of despair thick in the air. "Look!" Charlotte pointed, her voice trembling with urgency. From the ridge, the enemy appeared, dark figures emerging like phantoms from a nightmare. The terrain, once a source of promise and hope, now felt like a cruel labyrinth, twisting and turning underfoot. "Hold strong!" I shouted, though I felt the tremor in my own voice. I remembered the laughter we had shared, the dreams we had spun in the warmth of camaraderie. Those moments felt distant now, like whispers carried away by the wind, fragile and fleeting. The battle would come, and with it, the reckoning for each of us. Henry, Charlotte, and I, our lives tangled in the fabric of history, each heartbeat an echo of the choices we had made. As the first clash of swords rang out, terror wrapped around us, an unyielding grip that threatened to strangle hope. The terrain of Waterloo was alive, alive with fear, ambition, and the ghosts of those who had come before us, their whispers urging us onward into the chaos. In that moment, as the storm broke above us, I felt it, the rush of adrenaline, the fear, and the thrill of being alive. The battlefield was our stage, and the terrain, with all its advantages and disadvantages, became the crucible in which our spirits would be tested. I remembered the laughter, the dreams, the shadows that now loomed larger than life. And I knew, whatever awaited us, we would face it together, hearts pounding as one. The air was heavy, saturated with the smell of gunpowder and desperation, a suffocating cocoon that clung to every throat. The sun dipped low, a crimson orb sinking into the horizon, as if bleeding out its last rays before surrendering to the night. I stood with my back pressed against the cool stone wall of our makeshift barracks, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm, a war drum echoing in the silence. Around me, shadows twisted into familiar faces, each edged with fear, hope, and something deeper, something raw and aching. I remember the moment when Jacob, with his cracked lips and hollow eyes, whispered, "Tomorrow changes everything." Each word felt like a stone dropped into my chest, rippling through the air with the weight of inevitability. He had always been the bravest, the first to charge into the fray, but tonight, he was just a boy trying to mask his trembling hands with a facade of strength. I could see it in the way he shifted his weight, how he clenched and unclenched his fists, as if willing courage into his bones. "Do you remember the stars?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, haunted. "How they used to light up the night?" A fleeting smile ghosted across his lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. The sky had never felt so distant, so uncaring, as if the cosmos itself had turned its back on us. I could almost envision the vastness above, a sea of black punctuated by pinpricks of light, taunting us with their indifference. I remember Samantha, the medic, her hand steady as she sorted supplies while her gaze wandered to the door, to the world outside that held an ominous promise. She was the anchor in our storm, her laughter a balm for our wounds, her spirit a flickering candle against the encroaching darkness. But tonight, even her laughter felt like a lie, a fragile facade cracking under the weight of what lay ahead. "Maybe they'll remember us," she said suddenly, breaking the silence. "If we don't come back, maybe they'll sing our names." Her voice wavered, barely a whisper, as if she feared that speaking our fates aloud would seal them. I wanted to tell her that names weren't enough, that songs wouldn't shield us from bullets or the chaos of war. Still, I nodded, my throat thick with unspoken fears. Time stretched like taffy, thick and sticky, each moment an eternity. The clock ticked loudly in the corner, an unwelcome reminder of how little we truly had left. It echoed like a heartbeat, the rhythm of our impending doom. I remember the way the hands moved, slow and deliberate, as if mocking our desperation, counting down to the moment when we would step into the abyss. "Are you scared?" Jacob's question hung in the air, a fragile balloon ready to pop. I didn't know how to answer. Fear had become a ghost that lived inside me, whispering sweet nothings of doubt and dread. I wanted to say no, to be brave for him, but the truth clawed at my insides. "What if we don't make it back?" I finally breathed, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "Then we fight like hell," he replied, a flicker of determination lighting up the hollows of his cheeks. "We don't die without a fight." Outside, the wind howled, a banshee's wail that seemed to seep into our very bones. It carried with it the weight of distant battles, of soldiers who had come before us, swallowed whole by the earth. I remember the stories of valor, of men who charged into the fray, brave and foolish, believing in glory and honor. But glory felt like a cruel joke tonight. It was a specter that haunted us, a promise unfulfilled. I looked at Samantha, her eyes glazed with a film of uncertainty. "You've stitched us all together," I said softly, trying to bolster her fading spirit. "You're our lifeline." Her lips curled into a fragile smile, but the ghost of a tremor betrayed her. "Just remember," she whispered, "if tomorrow comes, we'll make it count." I closed my eyes, trying to conjure an image of home, of laughter and warmth. But the ghosts of past comfort slipped through my fingers like sand. I remembered my sister's face, the way her laughter filled every room, how she'd scold me for not being careful enough, for not dreaming big enough. But what did dreams mean on a night like this? Suddenly, the door burst open, a gust of wind sweeping through the room, carrying with it the scent of rain and something darker. Shadows danced across the walls, twisting and contorting, a tableau of our fears laid bare. My heart raced as the sergeant stepped inside, his expression grim, a storm brewing in his eyes. "Time's up," he announced, and with those words, the world tilted on its axis. I remember the silence that followed, a moment pregnant with uncertainty. Then, a collective intake of breath, soldiers straightening their backs, steeling themselves for the battle that awaited outside. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a thunderous reminder that we were once again on the precipice. As we gathered our gear, the weight of our uncertainty settled upon us like a shroud. I glanced at Jacob and Samantha, our eyes locked for a fleeting moment, an unspoken pact formed under the weight of night. Whatever lay ahead, fear, glory, or oblivion, we would face it together. The night stretched out before us, a canvas painted with shadows and whispers, the unknown tangling around our ankles like smoke. And as we stepped into the abyss, the darkness wrapped around us, foreboding yet fiercely alive, promising both danger and a reckoning. I remember the silence before the storm, the breath of the world holding its collective sigh. Tomorrow hung in the air, vivid and terrifying, a dream that could shatter at dawn. And in that moment, every fear, every doubt coiled tightly within us, the cosmos watching, indifferent, as we prepared to dance with fate. The air crackled with tension, heavy and electric, as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. I remember that morning, the sky a bruised purple, the clouds trembling with the weight of what was to come. The world felt on the knife's edge, teetering, as if even the earth itself held its breath, waiting. Shadows stretched long across the fields, whispering secrets of death and glory. Somewhere in the distance, the faint sound of hooves echoed, a chilling reminder that war was upon us once again. Henri, a soldier with eyes like stormy seas, paced in circles, his heart a caged beast within his chest. He'd fought before, bled before, but today was different. Today, he felt the air thick with fear, the kind that paralyzes a man. "I remember," he muttered to himself, his hands shaking. "I remember the faces of those I lost, the screams that carved into my soul." Each memory was a dagger, twisting deeper with every beat of the drum, the call to arms echoing through his mind, the haunting melody that would not let him forget. Then there was Elodie, only a whisper in a storm. The daughter of a farmer, she stood at the edge of the crowd, watching her brother prepare for battle. Her heart ached, each pulse a reminder of love tangled in hopelessness. She felt the weight of the world on her shoulders, the burden of fate that had drawn them all to this moment. "You can't go," she had begged him, voice trembling like a fragile leaf in the wind. "Promise me you'll come back." But promises were like smoke, drifting away on the first breath of war. Her eyes were pools of raw emotion, swirling with fear, anger, and a deep, aching love. She remembered laughter, the warmth of family dinners before the specter of war had crept into their lives. Now, it was all but a ghost, haunting her with its absence. The battlefield loomed ominously, a dark specter on the horizon, and she felt herself sinking into despair, her breath hitching as the realization struck her like a thunderclap. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a haunting glow, and with it, the sound of the first cannon fired, a resounding roar that sent chills racing down Unri's spine. Time seemed to slow, the ground trembled beneath him, and he felt it, the shudder of fate as it unfurled, pulling them into chaos. Soldiers rushed past him, faces twisted with fear or fervor, determination or dread. Unri's heart raced, pounding in sync with the distant thunder of artillery. "I remember," he whispered again, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. Then came the clang of swords, the cries of men drowning in a sea of blood and glory. The world erupted into a cacophony of chaos, the air thickening with the stench of sweat and gunpowder. Unri's hands gripped his weapon tightly, knuckles white, as he plunged into the fray, the battlefield becoming a haunting dream where life and death danced an eternal waltz. Each swing of his sword was a prayer, a desperate plea for survival, as shadows swirled around him, the ghosts of fallen comrades whispering their last goodbyes. In the midst of this nightmare, Elodie's brother stood tall, head held high, a figure carved from stone, a beacon in the storm. But even he could not escape the inevitable. As the battle raged, Elodie felt her heart splinter with every distant cry, every clash of metal. She couldn't bear it, the weight of uncertainty pressed down, a suffocating blanket that threatened to crush her spirit. How could she be strong when everything felt so fragile? Unri fought on, each step heavy with the weight of choices made long before this moment. "This is for my family," he roared, a wild fury igniting within him. But in the back of his mind lurked doubt, a gnawing fear that perhaps it was all for nothing. The cries of the wounded mingled with the laughter of ghosts, memories of a life lived before the war, and the clash of steel felt like a cruel joke, a cosmic absurdity. "I remember," Elodie's voice cut through the chaos, a haunting melody of despair as she searched the battlefield for her brother, her heart racing with every soul she glimpsed. "I remember the warmth of his embrace." Each word trembled with emotion, a desperate grasp at a reality slipping away. The world around her blurred into colors and sounds that made little sense, but the raw ache in her chest was all too clear. As the day wore on, the sun hung low, casting long shadows that seemed to mock the lives lost. Exhaustion gripped Unri, his body a battlefield of pain, but the fire of determination burned bright. He fought not only for his own survival but for the promises he had made, for the memories that anchored him to a world outside this hell. Sweat mixed with blood, the unmistakable tang of treachery and hope merging in the air. A scream tore through the din, and Unri's heart lurched. He turned, eyes scanning the chaos for the face that haunted his dreams, the face of Elodie's brother, the boy who had promised to protect her. Time fractured, a moment stretched into eternity as he fought against the tide of fear, against the shadows that threatened to engulf them all. Elodie stood frozen, her heart a drum in her ears as she saw her brother fall, the world shifting beneath her. This was the moment that would carve itself into her soul, the moment she would never escape. Her brother, the laughter, the warmth, all slipping away like grains of sand, leaving only an aching emptiness. And in that haunting silence, when the echoes of battle faded to a whisper, a new reality loomed, a fragile thread of hope woven through despair, an unbreakable bond forged in the fire of conflict. The dawn had come, but it was not the dawn they had expected. It was a dawning of a different kind, one that would forever change the course of their lives. In that moment, as shadows danced and the scent of blood hung heavy in the air, the stage was set for what was to come. The theater of war would unfold, driven by hearts that beat with fear and courage intertwined. The dance had only begun. A scream shatters the stillness of dawn, piercing the cold air like a shard of glass. It is a sound that drips with desperation, soaked in the terror of the unknown. I can almost taste the acrid smoke wafting from the distant fires, mingling with the earthy scent of churned soil. The sun doesn't rise here, it merely crawls across the sky, reluctant to shine on the chaos below. I stand in front of Hougoumont, its wall scarred yet resolute, as if the very stones are holding their breath. I remember the faces, twisted in grim determination. I remember the smell of sweat and fear, thick enough to choke on. They are all around me, shadows of men and women caught in a nightmare they cannot escape. There's Jack, his broad shoulders hunched against the weight of a world gone mad. He's clutching a musket, knuckles white as he grips the wood, blood and mud caked on his boots. His eyes dart, haunted, searching the horizon for the enemy that seems to emerge from the very ground itself. "I can't die here," he mutters, barely more than a whisper, yet it carries the weight of a promise unfulfilled. The children, they need me. He's not just fighting for life, he's fighting for a future that feels like a fragile dream, slipping through his fingers like sand. Then there's Marie, fierce and unyielding, her spirit blazing like a wildfire against the encroaching darkness. She shouts orders, her voice a clarion call amidst the chaos. "Stand firm! We hold this ground, or we lose everything." It's the way she says it, like it's not just about this moment but a declaration of defiance against the universe itself. Her face is streaked with dirt and blood, yet her eyes burn with an unquenchable fire. Each word she utters feels like a lifeline thrown to those around her, even as uncertainty gnaws at her heart. I can't help but feel the weight of their struggle, the way it seeps into the marrow of my bones. I remember standing on the edge of reason, the dark abyss staring back, daring me to leap. The world outside this fortress feels surreal, like a fevered dream. The echoes of cannon fire rumble in the distance, a grim symphony of destruction that makes the ground tremble beneath my feet. The first wave crashes against Hougoumont, a surge of men clad in the colors of the enemy, their shouts a cacophony of anger and bloodlust. I can almost feel the thud of their boots, the relentless march of fate. Time stretches in that moment, each heartbeat a drum cadence, each breath a prayer. Jack stands firm, and I see the flicker of doubt cross his face. "What if we fail?" he asks, his voice trembling as he turns to Marie. It's a question that hangs heavy in the air, a specter of defeat looming large. I can see the fear lurking behind his fierce exterior, clawing at him like a predator in the dark. Marie locks eyes with him, her gaze unyielding. "We will not fail, we cannot fail." But beneath her bravado, I sense the quiver of uncertainty, a crack in her armor that threatens to shatter the illusion she has built. The truth is, they are all afraid. In the face of death, hope feels like a fragile thread, a whisper of a promise that may never come true. And yet, the enemy charges, a dark tide rolling forward, waves crashing against the walls of their resolve. I feel the pulse of the battle quickening, the fevered rhythm of men clashing and dying, each moment a step closer to an unknown fate. The air is electric, charged with the anticipation of violence and the stench of despair. "Hold the line!" Marie screams as she raises her musket, the defiant silhouette of a woman in the storm. But even as she shouts, I see her breath hitch, fear and determination waging war within her. It's a moment of pure vulnerability, an echo of every soldier who has ever fought for something greater than themselves. And there, in the chaos, I can feel the ghosts of those who came before, whispers of battles lost and hope found. They ride on the winds that swirl around us, urging us to remember that this is not just a fight for survival, it's a fight for legacy, for what it means to be human in a world that often forgets the cost of freedom. As the enemy crashes against the gates of Hougoumont, it feels like time stutters, like the universe holds its breath in anticipation. The sounds of battle blend into a grotesque melody, a haunting lullaby of loss and courage. I watch Jack, his face twisted in agony as he pulls the trigger, the recoil a jolt of reality that snaps him back from the abyss of doubt. Together, he cries, rallying those around him, though I can see the fear rippling beneath the surface. It's a desperate plea, a heartbeat away from despair yet tinged with an unyielding hope. I remember the moments of silence that punctuate the chaos, the fleeting glances shared between comrades, a fragile connection forged in the furnace of fear. The attack on Hougoumont is not merely a clash of arms, it's a testament to the human spirit, a dance on the edge of oblivion. I stand at the precipice of history, watching as these flawed, beautiful souls confront their fears, their hopes interwoven in the tapestry of time. I do not know what will happen next, but the heart of the battle beats with an intensity that refuses to fade. Here, amid the chaos, is where life reveals its truths, and the shadows of doubt collide with the fire of resolve. Each moment stretches into eternity, a haunting reminder that in this war, victory and loss are often two sides of the same coin, forever spinning in the void. And so, we stand together, poised on the brink of destiny, hearts pounding in unison against the drum of war. As the fight continues to unfold around us, a relentless tide that swirls with the echoes of dreams yet to be realized. The air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and sweat, a suffocating reminder that men were about to dance with death. The sun hung low, casting a blood-red glow over La Haye Sainte, a place now teetering on the brink of oblivion. Each heartbeat echoed like a war drum, calling forth the courage of those who dared to stand their ground. I remember standing there, frozen, as the cries of my comrades filled the air, a cacophony of fear and resolve intertwining in the fading light. Jean, a soldier with scars etched deep into his skin, looked at me with desperate eyes. Fear clung to him like a second skin, but there was something else, a flicker of determination. He grasped his musket tightly, knuckles white against the warm wood. "We can't let them take it," he whispered, voice trembling. I could see the shadows of doubt creeping into his mind, gnawing at the edges like a famished beast. He had a wife waiting for him back home, and the thought of her kept him grounded, even as the ground beneath us trembled with the march of approaching soldiers. To my left was Mogo, a medic whose hand shook not from fear, but from the weight of her responsibility. She had seen too much, men broken and bleeding, hope extinguished in their eyes. "If we fall, many will die," she said, her voice low and steady, a balm in the chaos. There was a fierceness in her determination, a refusal to surrender to despair. But her heart was a fragile thing, burdened by the memories of lives she couldn't save, by the shadows of those she had watched slip away. With each passing moment, the tension coiled tighter, a noose around our throats. The distant roar of cavalry echoed against the hills, a grim reminder that fate was a fickle mistress. I remember the way the sky turned dark, clouds rolling in like a premonition of doom. The sun was swallowed, and in that moment, we were ensnared in the twilight of uncertainty. "They're coming," Jean whispered, his voice breaking. I followed his gaze, heart racing as the enemy appeared on the horizon, a swarm of purpose and fury marching with a relentless rhythm. I could feel the weight of the musket in my hands, the cold steel a lifeline, a promise of protection, a promise of violence. The first shot rang out like a bell tolling for the damned, reverberating through my bones. I flinched, instinctively raising my weapon. The world narrowed to that singular moment, the crack of a rifle, the rush of adrenaline, the taste of fear as it mingled with the iron tang of blood. I remember the chaos that ensued, a whirlpool of sound and fury, each explosion a heartbeat in the symphony of destruction. Mogo was a blur, rushing between the wounded with a determination that bordered on madness. She applied pressure to a gaping wound, her hand steady despite the chaos surrounding her. "Stay with me," she urged, her voice a lifeline through the storm. But the man, his eyes glazed, could only stare, trapped in a realm where pain and hope were indistinguishable. I wanted to scream, to pull him back, but the grip of fear had a hold on me, paralyzing my voice. The enemy surged forward, a tide of death threatening to swallow us whole. My heart pounded, a frantic drum echoing in my ears as I pulled the trigger again and again. Each shot felt like a prayer, a plea to the cosmos for mercy amid the storm of chaos. I lost track of time, seconds and minutes bled into one another, every moment stretching out like an agonizing eternity. "More fire!" Jean shouted, his voice a beacon amid the madness. I remember the wild look in his eyes, the way he fought against the tide of despair threatening to drown us. We were warriors now, not just men, battling not only for our lives but for the lives of those we loved. The stakes had never felt higher. Margot appeared again, her hand stained crimson, streaked like a macabre tapestry. "We can't hold them forever," she said, but I could see the flicker of hope in her gaze. It was a fragile thing, a candle flickering in the wind, but it was there. "We must make our stand." Her words ignited something within me, a fire that drowned out the fear. I remember the way the shadows danced on the walls of La Haye Sainte, whispering secrets of resilience and defiance. In that moment, I felt alive, a part of something bigger than myself, an echo of history, a testament against the darkness. The enemy surged again, and the ground shook beneath us as they came, an unstoppable force. I could see it in their eyes, a hunger for victory that mirrored our desperation. But we were not mere fodder, we were fighters, and the thought of surrendering felt like a betrayal to every man and woman who had ever fought to breathe. "We hold this ground," I shouted, my voice rising above the din of war, a battle cry against the encroaching shadows. "For Jean! For Margot! For all of us!" The words rang out, a lifeline thrown into the chaos, and in that moment, I felt the weight of my comrades beside me, an unbreakable bond forged in fire and blood. But the enemy pressed on, relentless, a dark tide swallowing all hope. My breaths came in ragged gasps, the heat of battle enveloping me like a fever. I watched as Jean fell, his body crumpling to the ground, and I felt a part of myself shatter within. "No!" I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat like a wounded animal. I could see Margot rushing toward him, her heart as fierce as the flames of battle surrounding us, but the tide surged, threatened to engulf her, too. Time twisted, moments stretched and contracted, a cruel dance of fate. I raised my musket once more, fingers trembling around the trigger. With each squeeze, I remembered the warmth of home, the laughter shared, the dreams unfulfilled. I remembered the faces of those I fought for, and with each passing second, the resolve deepened. "Stand firm!" I roared, the words fighting against the encroaching shadows, against the ghosts that whispered of defeat. The air crackled with tension, a charged heartbeat in the midst of chaos. And as the clash surged one last time, our voices rose, a symphony of defiance against the night. I felt the pulse of history in that moment, the weight of all those who had stood before us. The fight was not just for La Haye Sainte, it was for every breath, every heartbeat that echoed in the darkness. We would not go quietly into that night. The wind howled like a wounded beast, rattling the shutters of the old farmhouse. I stood at the window, heart racing, hands trembling. A storm was brewing, not just outside but within, an emotional tempest that threatened to consume me. I could hear the sharp crack of branches snapping in the distance, the kind of sound that sends cold dread washing over you. I remembered a time when laughter spilled from these walls, when innocence thrived in sun-drenched fields. But now, darkness loomed like a predator, stalking us, waiting for its moment to strike. The farmhouse, once a sanctuary, had turned into a fortress, its walls thick with history and secrets. It stood alone, an island in a sea of sorrow, a defensive stronghold against more than just the encroaching night. I watched as my brother, Caleb, paced the creaking floorboards, the tension in his shoulders as taut as the strings of a bow ready to snap. He was always the brave one, but courage can easily morph into desperation. His eyes darted to the door, as if he expected someone, something, to burst through at any moment. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, voice trembling like the shadows cast by the flickering candlelight. I shook my head, but I could feel it. The oppressive weight of fear hung heavy in the air, palpable, a living thing that wrapped its icy fingers around our throats. Outside, the wind howled again, a mournful wail that sent shivers cascading down my spine. In that moment, I remembered, how could I forget, the stories our father told us by the fire, tales of the farmhouse's past. Of how it had sheltered those fleeing the marauders, how it had become a sanctuary for the lost. Now it felt more like a prison, each corner whispering warnings, each creak a reminder of the ghosts that haunted us. Caleb's hands clenched into fists. "If they come, we'll be ready," he said, though I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. What did ready even mean? The thought of violence, of fighting, churned my stomach. We were not warriors. We were just brother and sister, trying to survive in a world that no longer felt safe. As darkness settled, the farmhouse transformed. Shadows danced along the walls, taunting and teasing, morphing into shapes that felt alive. I could almost hear them giggle, those shadows, mocking us in our fear. I thought of Anna, our sister, who had fled into the night weeks ago, leaving behind nothing but an empty chair and a lingering scent of lavender. What had become of her? Did she find a sanctuary, or did she too become a ghost, lost to the winds of fate? My heartbeat drummed in my ears, each thud echoing my longing for her. I remembered her laughter, bright and unyielding, cutting through the darkness like a beacon. When we laughed together, I felt invincible. Now, I felt like a shell of the person I used to be, trapped in the echoes of her absence. The farmhouse was a reminder of what we had lost, the walls soaked in our shared memories, both joyous and heartbreaking. Caleb's voice pulled me back. "You need to stay close," he urged, a fierce protectiveness in his tone that both soothed and terrified me. I could see the fear clawing at him, the way it coiled tightly in his gut, mirroring my own. He was the older brother, the shield, but even shields can crack under pressure. The anticipation of what lay beyond those doors was suffocating, both exhilarating and horrifying. I couldn't help but think of the legends, the tales of the farmhouse being a fortress against the inhuman, the dark creatures that roamed the night. Were they real? Or were they mere figments of over-imaginative minds? I glanced down at the old wooden table, its surface scarred with the marks of time, of battles fought within these walls. It bore witness to our fears, our anger, our moments of joy. Each mark a silent testament to survival. We were woven into its very fabric, the threads of our lives intertwined with its strength and fragility. The storm broke above us, rain lashing against the windows like tiny fists demanding entry. The air thickened with the scent of wet earth and something else, something metallic. I stepped back, my mind racing, heart pounding. "Caleb," my voice trembled, a fragile whisper against the chaos outside. "Stay here," he commanded sharply, a flicker of his old bravado flaring momentarily. I wanted to argue, to tell him that I was not a child, that I could stand alongside him. But fear held my tongue, the weight of unspoken words hanging between us like a chasm too wide to cross. He hesitated, just for a moment, before he turned and strode towards the door, the bravest coward I had ever known. I wanted to scream for him to stop, to come back, but I found myself rooted to the spot, paralyzed by dread. Time stretched, warped, like the fabric of reality itself was unraveling. Every droplet of rain felt like the ticking of a clock, the seconds counting down to an inevitable confrontation. I closed my eyes, trying to silence the chaos in my mind, but all I could see were flashes, ghostly images of Anna's smile, the warmth of our mother's embrace, the laughter that once echoed in these halls. The door creaked open, and I held my breath, the moment hanging like a fragile thread. Caleb stepped outside, swallowed by the storm. The darkness enveloped him, and I couldn't help but think of the shadows that had whispered too many secrets, too many sins. Was he walking into a battle or a grave? The farmhouse stood alone, a silent witness to the storm brewing outside and within. I could feel the walls vibrating with tension, their ancient stones holding their breath. In that moment of stillness, I understood, the farmhouses were more than mere structures. They were strongholds of our very souls, safeguarding our memories, our fears, our hopes. They were the places where we fought not just against the external darkness but the shadows that lingered within us. I realized, as the rain poured down around me, that whatever awaited us out there would not merely be a fight for survival. It would be a reckoning, a confrontation with not only what threatened our lives but what haunted our hearts. I felt the resolve building within me, waiting for the moment the storm would recede, and we would face whatever lay ahead. The wind howled again, a spectral chorus rising to a fever pitch, and I knew in that moment, there would be no retreat, no surrender. We were bound to this farmhouse, and it to us, for better or worse. The storm had only just begun. The air crackled with the tension of 1,000 unsaid words as night descended upon the battlefield. the stench of gunpowder mingled with the metallic taste of fear, hanging heavy in the throats of men who faced the abyss. I could hear their hearts racing, thumping like war drums, drowning out the distant cries of the wounded. Shadows danced across the ground, and somewhere, a clock ticked away the seconds until fate would reveal its hand. I remember the moment when Etienne, a soldier of the Imperial Guard, stood with a tremor in his voice, eyes wide as he scanned the darkness. His hands, calloused yet tender, clutched his musket like a lifeline. In that moment, he was more than a soldier, he was a boy caught in the throes of a nightmare, longing for the innocence that had been stolen by the relentless march of war. "What if we fail?" he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips, fragile as glass. Across the way, Jean, a seasoned veteran with scars etched deep into his skin, turned sharply, his face a mask of stoicism veiling the storm within. Years of battles had carved him into a soldier of iron, yet doubt crept in like a thief, gnawing at the edges of his resolve. "We can't think of failure," he replied, voice low, each syllable heavy with the weight of command. "The Emperor expects us to hold the line. He's counting on us." But what did it mean to hold the line when the very ground beneath them roiled with the sorrow of those who had fought before? I felt their souls intertwining in that moment, a tapestry of fear, hope, and unyielding loyalty woven tight by the thread of desperation. The Imperial Guard was not merely a unit, they were the last bastion of the Emperor's dreams, the embodiment of ambition and sacrifice. I remember the night sky, a blanket of ink speckled with stars that felt impossibly far away, taunting in their beauty. Each twinkle a reminder of lives lost, dreams shattered, and the weight of history pressing down upon them like a curse. The moon hung low, casting an ethereal glow over the encampment, illuminating the faces of men who were both heroes and ghosts, trapped in a moment that would define them forever. Then came the silence, an ominous hush that encased the world in a suffocating embrace. It was the calm before the storm, a moment when time stretches painfully thin, and I could hear it, the collective breath of the Imperial Guard, held tight like a secret too dangerous to share. Etienne closed his eyes, and for a heartbeat, I could see him transported to another world, a world where love was not a distant memory and laughter didn't taste like ash. But the dream shattered as dawn's first light pierced the horizon, painting everything in shades of blood and fire. The enemy surged forward like a wave, a cacophony of screams and gunfire echoing through the valley as the clash began. The air was thick with adrenaline, the scent of death clinging to the soldiers as they charged into the fray, a whirlwind of chaos. Etienne's musket fired, but the recoil, the explosion, shook him to the core. Each shot was a desperate plea for survival, each pull of the trigger a step deeper into the abyss. And within that chaos, Jean fought like a man possessed, the rhythm of battle igniting something primal within him. Each enemy he felled was a victory, yet with every life taken, a piece of his own humanity slipped away, leaving him hollow. "Hold the line," he roared, his voice a battle cry tearing through the din, but deep down, he wondered, what line? In the face of such overwhelming fury, the concept of a line felt like a cruel joke. I remember the heart-wrenching moment when Etienne fell, a bullet tearing through the air, seeking him out like a vengeful spirit. Time ceased to exist as I watched him crumple to the ground, life flickering like a candle in the wind. His eyes met mine, and in that final glance, I saw the universe, the weight of 1,000 unfulfilled dreams reflected in his gaze. "Jean, help me," he gasped, the pain etched across his features, a silent plea stitched into the fabric of existence. Jean stumbled back, horror etching itself deeper into his soul. "No. Stay with me, Etienne." He fought his way through the chaos, hearts pounding against the backdrop of war, but the world blurred, a fevered dream of sound and fury. He reached Etienne just as the boy's spirit began to slip away, the light dimming in his eyes as if the very stars had extinguished their glow, one by one. And in that moment, the battlefield transformed into a theater of agony, where every fallen soldier became a ghost, a haunting reminder of what was lost. The Imperial Guard, once a symbol of strength, now felt like a grim choir, singing dirges for their own fallen brothers. They fought with everything they had left, but with every heartbeat, they lost a piece of themselves, tethered to the memories of the fallen, a chain of sorrow binding them to the past. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, Jean knelt by Etienne, cradling his lifeless body in trembling arms. Tears fell like rain, washing away the remnants of his stoic facade, revealing the fragile man beneath the armor. "I remember," he whispered, each word a dagger to his heart, shattering the silence with the weight of despair. "I remember laughter. I remember dreams. I remember you." And as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the battlefield, the Imperial Guard stood as a solemn testament to sacrifice, each man a flickering candle in the encroaching darkness. The cries of the fallen lingered in the air, a bittersweet melody, as the stars began to twinkle once more, distant and cold, an eternal witness to the love and loss woven into the fabric of history. In that moment, I felt the pulse of time itself, a cosmic dance of fate and memory, spiraling into the unknown, an endless loop of anguish, loyalty, and the ghosts of those who once lived and fought. The battlefield wasn't just littered with bodies, it was a graveyard of dreams, a haunting reminder that every heartbeat counts, and every soul carries the weight of a history too vast to fathom. And so, with the shadows creeping closer, the Imperial Guard prepared for what lay ahead, a confrontation not just with the enemy, but with the very essence of their own humanity, a testament to the unyielding spirit of those who dare to dream, even amidst the ruins of their own broken hearts. The air crackled with tension, a silent scream echoing across the battlefield, heavy with the scent of gunpowder and dread. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, the world around me a blur of chaos and impending doom. The horizon shimmered in the heat, warping reality like a fever dream, and I could feel the weight of 1,000 gazes, men haunted by their choices, faces distorted by fear and resolve. I remember the sun hanging low, a cruel eye watching our fate unfold. Beneath the tumultuous sky, Pierre clutched his sword, knuckles white against the steel, his breath coming in ragged bursts. The weight of his family's legacy pressed on him like a lead cloak. He was a soldier, yes, but a son first, a son who had promised his mother he'd return. The image of her face, crumpled with worry, danced in his mind. "You will make me proud," she had said, her hands trembling on his shoulder. Yet, here he was, trembling himself, caught between duty and desperation. How could pride stand against the spectre of death that loomed so close, whispering promises of glory with a tongue laced in blood? And then there was Emily. Her heart was a storm of contradictions, fiercely loyal yet riddled with doubt. As she mounted her horse, the chaos of the camp fell away, leaving only the thudding of her pulse, a drum heralding the charge. She thought of the letters she had sent, words crafted with hope and longing, now tinged with an urgency that made her stomach twist. The thought of Pierre pushed her forward, yet it was the fear of losing him that made her heart race. Love had never felt so much like a noose around her neck, tightening with every fleeting moment. "I will not let you go," she whispered, though she couldn't be sure if she was speaking to the man she loved or to the ghost of their shared dreams. The charge sounded, a cacophony of shouts and the thunder of hooves against the earth, the drums of war beating an intoxicating rhythm. The French cavalry surged forward, a wave of furious energy, hearts entwined in a single purpose, but each heartbeat echoed with the weight of loss. I remember the feel of the ground trembling beneath me, like a living creature, a beast awakening to the violence of man. Time bent and warped, seconds stretched into eternities. The world fell into slow motion, each horse galloping with the ferocity of a comet streaking across the night sky. But beyond the adrenaline, a familiar ache settled in my chest. I watched as Pierre's eyes glinted with the brilliance of determination, a fire that had ignited in the depths of despair. "For honor, for home," he shouted, voice rising above the chaos, yet it felt like a silent plea to the heavens. In that moment of clarity, I saw his flaws, his desperation, and it mirrored my own, a reflection in a shattered mirror. The man who sought glory was just a scared boy on the edge of the abyss, teetering on the brink of oblivion. The world erupted. I could almost taste the bitterness of fear on my tongue as swords clashed, the metallic scream of steel meeting steel reverberating through the air, a symphony of destruction. Emily charged with her heart as her only shield, a warrior draped in the colors of love and loyalty. Her laughter, once a melody shared between lovers, now transformed into a battle cry. I could see the shadows of doubt flickering in her eyes, battling the fierce light of hope. "I'll find you, Pierre," she screamed into the void, her voice a beacon against the encroaching darkness. And then came the moment, a single heartbeat that felt like an eternity, the world narrowing down to a point. I remember the way the sun glared down, bathing the scene in an almost surreal light, illuminating the raw emotions etched into every face. It was death and life intertwined, an exquisite tragedy unfolding before my eyes. The clash of bodies became an anguished waltz, a dance with destiny. Horsemen fell, their cries swallowed by the cacophony, each one a thread unraveling in the tapestry of war. The ground soaked in crimson, each drop a whispered promise of tomorrow lost. I could see the fear in Pierre's eyes as his horse stumbled, the ground rising up to meet him, and in that split second, 1,000 dreams shattered like glass. But Emily pressed on, each hoofbeat a frantic prayer, a desperate call to arms, to fate. "I will not lose you," she cried, her voice piercing the fog of battle, reaching for him through the chaos. Time twisted and turned, the air thickened with the scent of sweat and despair, every moment pulling at the fragile strings of hope. And then came the fracture, the moment where everything could change. I saw it all unfold like a nightmare painted in vivid strokes, the shadows gathering like vultures, the promise of loss creeping closer. Pierre, grappling with the weight of his fate, lunged forward, driven by something deeper than courage, fear, love, desperation. The poised edge of his sword glinted, a flicker of light against the dark. "Stay with me!" Emily shouted, but the words fell into the abyss, swallowed whole by the chaos around them. Would they find each other amidst this madness, or would the very war that bound them tear them apart forever? I felt the earth tremble again, a reminder of the chaos surrounding them, the weight of the world crashing down. The charge of the cavalry had become a desperate gambit, a reckless dance on the knife's edge between victory and annihilation. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, cloaking the battlefield in a shroud of twilight, the echoes of their souls intertwined, caught in a moment that felt like forever. And in that breathless instant, when the world held its breath, I knew this was just the beginning. The storm of emotions would rage on, a tempest of hopes and fears spiraling into the night. The cavalry charged, hearts ablaze with purpose, but the question lingered like a ghost in the shadows: would love survive the onslaught of war? The air crackled with tension, a heavy silence blanketing the village like a shroud. It was the kind of silence that presses against the eardrums, as if the world itself was holding its breath. In the distance, the faint sound of marching boots resonated, a rhythmic thud that echoed through the cobbled streets, sending shivers down the spine of every soul who heard it. Marie wrapped her arms around herself, a futile attempt to ward off the chill that had little to do with the autumn breeze. Her heart raced, a wild drum echoing the dread that clawed at her throat. I remember the day light shattered, she thought, trying to drown out the noise. She could still hear the laughter of children playing in the fields, the smell of bread baking in the oven. Now, only shadows danced beneath the trees, whispering secrets of an impending storm. She clenched her fists, her nails bit into her palms, a grounding pain amidst the chaos. "Keep your head down," her brother, Anton, had warned just the night before, his voice heavy with the weight of unspoken fears. "They're coming." But what could she do? They were here. The Prussians. Their very name was a sentence dripping with dread, a spectre looming over everything she held dear. Anton, her rock, her protector, stood at the window, eyes scanning the horizon. He was a tower of strength, yet the tremor in his hands betrayed his facade. Each heartbeat was a countdown to disaster, a grim reminder of their vulnerable existence. "Marie," he said, his voice cracking like fragile glass, if they find us, the words hung in the air, thick and suffocating. She wanted to scream, to tell him that it would be okay, that they could hide, that they could run. But the truth pulsed like a wound between them. There were no safe places left. In the village square, shadows moved with purpose. The Prussians arrived like a plague, their dark uniforms a stark contrast against the pale, trembling faces of the villagers. The clank of their armor was a cruel melody, each note a reminder of the power they wielded, a force that turned hope into ash. Marie could see the way the villagers flinched, eyes wide with terror, a silent plea hanging in the air. Why? Why now? "Look at them," Anton muttered, a bitter fire igniting in his chest. "They come to take everything." He stepped away from the window, fists clenched, jaw set. "We can't let them." The defiance in his voice felt like a fragile spark in a darkened room. But how can one spark fight against an inferno? "Where will we go?" Marie whispered, fear pooling in her stomach like icy water. Every instinct screamed to flee, but they were rooted to this place, the ghosts of their ancestors embedded in the soil beneath their feet. "Anywhere but here," Anton replied, his gaze hardened. "You must trust me." Trust. The word felt heavy, like a stone in her chest. She wanted to scream that she did trust him, that he was everything she held onto in this world gone mad. Yet, the weight of the moment bore down on them, a shared understanding passing silently between their eyes. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air, sharp and jarring. It sliced through the thick tension, pulling at her heart like a frayed string. "To the square! All able-bodied men, to the square!" The voice was rough and commanding, a stark reminder of their powerlessness. Marie's breath quickened, each inhale a desperate gasp. She looked at Anton, who stood frozen, caught between the fight and flight. "I can't let them take you," he breathed, stepping toward the door, the tension in his body a taut wire ready to snap. "Stay here, Marie. I'll keep you safe." But she knew that those words were just a fragile promise, floating in the chasm of uncertainty. "Don't you dare leave me," she cried, the desperation spilling over, her heart racing against the clock of inevitability. "We can't face them alone." The pounding of boots grew louder, a tide threatening to swallow them whole. The village square was becoming a theater of despair, men lining up, faces drawn and pale, eyes hollowed by fear. Shadows loomed over them, a wave of darkness threatening to crush the light. "Marie," Anton's voice softened, turning the blade of fear in her chest. "You have to believe," but belief felt like a cruel joke, a whisper in a storm. Then came the moment. The clash of metal, the shouts, the chaos, a violent eruption into their world. The Prussians stormed like beasts unleashed, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of their fury. Each footfall resonated like thunder, breaking the fragile silence of the village. "Run!" Anton shouted, but it was too late. The weight of the moment pulled them back, the siren call of duty echoing in his heart. He stepped forward, a lone figure against the tide, a silhouette defined by defiance. And in that heartbeat, she saw him, the brother she had fought beside, the boy who had spun tales of bravery to chase away the monsters of the night. But courage could only shield them for so long. "Anton!" The scream tore from her throat, a visceral cry that echoed through the chaos, but he was already caught in the swell, swept away by the tide of men and shadows. Time split in two, the world outside blurred, a tempest of bodies and violence, while her heart beat in the quiet space of her mind. She remembered their childhood, the stories woven from nothing, dreams propped up by hope. And now, those dreams felt like ghosts, haunting her, taunting her. A figure loomed in the shadows, cloaked in authority, eyes like embers smoldering in the night. "You're too late," they whispered, a voice that dripped with malice. But Marie stood firm, her heart a fragile flame, flickering against the darkness. She would not let them take her brother or the love that bound them together. In that moment, she understood the weight of everything, the love, the fear, the impossible choice of standing tall against an overwhelming force. The Prussians were here, and everything would change. The air was thick with inevitability, shrouded in uncertainty, and the heart of the village quaked with the pulse of impending doom. But deep within the storm, her heart beat louder, echoing a single truth: survival was not just about running, it was about fighting for those you love, no matter the odds. As shadows loomed, she drew herself up, fists clenched, ready to face the chaos that threatened to consume them all. Time was running out. The air was thick with the iron scent of blood and smoke, a macabre perfume wafting over the battlefield, where the earth itself seemed to shudder under the weight of despair. Cannon fire roared like thunder, each explosion a violent heartbeat in the dying light, echoing across the desolate landscape. I stood among the remnants of a once proud army, the echoes of men falling around me, their cries a haunting symphony of fear and courage. In this moment, I was both spectator and participant, a fragile thread woven into the fraying tapestry of history. I remember the way Wellington's eyes blazed with unyielding determination, every crease on his brow carved with the weight of his choices. He was a man cornered by fate, aware that the tides of war can shift in the blink of an eye. I felt it too, the shadows creeping in, whispering of loss, of betrayal. Yet behind those stormy eyes, I sensed a flicker of hope, a spark that dared to ignite the darkness. And then there was Clara, her spirit aflame with the fierce loyalty of a woman who had seen too many good men fall. She rushed through the chaos, a ghost dancing on the edge of oblivion, her heart pounding like a war drum as she searched for her brother, lost to the fog of battle. I could see the love etched on her face, a raw and unyielding force, yet it was tinged with a desperation that twisted my gut. She was caught in a storm, the winds of fate tearing at her very being. "Please," she cried out, her voice slicing through the cacophony like a blade, searching for a familiar face. "Where is he?" Each syllable was a plea, a prayer cast into the void, yearning for the return of a soul that danced so closely with death. I stood there, robbed of breath, as the reality of her loss gnawed at my heart. I remember clutching the hilt of my sword, its cold steel a reminder of the violence that lay ahead, but it could never silence the fear that thundered within. The battlefield was a labyrinth of chaos and sorrow, where each corner turned could lead to salvation or a grave. Wellington rallied his men, his voice a clarion call amidst the chaos, steady and fierce. "This is our moment," he proclaimed, every word a lifeline thrown into the tempest. "We must rise, we must fight." I watched as he stood before the soldiers, his presence a bastion against despair, his passion igniting the flickering flames of their courage. I could feel the swell of emotion, a tide rising, pulling us all toward a collective resolve. Yet, even as the army surged forward, propelled by Wellington's fervor, I couldn't shake the nagging fear that clung to me like smoke. The enemy was relentless, shadows darting between the trees, always just out of sight yet ever present. They were ghosts of our past, spirits of fallen comrades, their whispers curling around us like a shroud. Would we become one of them? Would Clara's brother join the ranks of the lost? The clash of steel rang out, a brutal symphony as swords met flesh, an orchestra of agony that filled the air. I remember the taste of salt on my lips, mingled with the metallic tang of fear. It was visceral, choking, it drowned the laughter of youth and replaced it with cries of anguish. In the chaos, I saw Wellington fight, a lion among men, his resolve a tangible force. But even lions can bleed. And there it was, the moment the tide turned, a flash of brilliant light in the gathering storm. Clara, amidst the fray, her eyes locked on something, someone, pierced through the haze of battle. "George," she screamed, a wild animal unleashed, her voice reverberating through the chaos. I followed her gaze, my heart racing as the fog began to lift. And there he was, her brother, bruised but alive, a beacon of hope amidst the carnage. Time froze, a heartbeat suspended in the air, and I felt the world around us fade, the roar of battle dimming to a whisper. Their eyes met, a connection so profound it seemed to defy the chaos of war. But then, the moment shattered, an explosion of sound, the ground erupted beneath us. I watched in horror as Clara stumbled, her joy replaced by sheer terror, the world collapsing around her. I lunged forward, but it was too late. I could only scream, a sound torn from the depths of my soul, as shadows closed in, devouring everything in their path. I remember the weight of despair, heavy as a stone, settling on my chest. Wellington commanded the charge, but I could only see Clara, her face twisted in anguish, her brother's hand slipping from her grasp into the abyss. The tide was turning, but it was a tide of sorrow, a cruel twist of fate that pulled at my heart. And in that moment, as bodies fell like autumn leaves, I felt it, an electric thrill, a visceral understanding that this war would not just forge nations but break souls. We were caught in an inferno, a maelstrom of emotion and chaos, and I was powerless to stop the storm. I remember the cries of the wounded, the cacophony of life and death, each moment a reminder that we were only human, fragile and fleeting. Wellington pressed forward, and for every step he took, the shadows whispered louder, clawing at my heart. We were on the precipice of something greater, a confrontation not just with the enemy, but with our very souls. The battlefield became a mirror, reflecting our fears, our hopes, our deepest heartbreaks. It was a haunting dance of life and death, where every heartbeat echoed like a drum, leading us toward an uncertain dawn. The tide was turning, yes, but in the depths of that turmoil, I couldn't help but wonder, what price would we pay for victory? Would we emerge as heroes, or would we become ghosts, wandering the shadows of our choices forever? With each clash of steel, each cry of desperation, the air crackled with emotion, and I knew one thing: this was only the beginning. The radio crackled, a shrill wail slicing through the tension that clung to the air like the smoke from a forgotten fire. "This is command. Repeat, we are under siege. I need eyes on the perimeter. Now." The voice trembled, and I could feel the weight of desperation in those words, each syllable a bullet fired into the silence. My heart raced, the adrenaline seeping into my veins like poison, pushing me toward the edge. I remember the first time I held a radio in my hands, its cold, metallic surface grounding me in a reality that felt all too far away. It had been a training exercise, just a drill, they said, a chance to test our mettle. I had laughed then, a nervous chuckle echoing off the walls of a nondescript room, a safe space where dreams hadn't yet started to bleed into nightmares. I remember how naive we were, huddled together, trading jokes about orders and reports, thinking nothing could ever touch us. But that was before the world turned dark, before the shadows crept in, and the air thickened with fear. "Carmen!" The voice of my partner, Lucas, yanked me back to the present. His eyes were wide, a mixture of panic and resolve. "We need to act. Now." The way he said my name, like it was a lifeline, sent shivers down my spine. I could see the reflection of the chaos around us in his eyes, the flickering shadows, the tension-soaked air, but all I could focus on was the way his hands shook as he clutched the radio. Orders and reports, the essential rhythm of survival, but right now it felt like a dirge, a requiem for the lives we had once known. "Get the perimeter reports from the scouts," I urged, my voice shaking, thick with unshed tears. "They're our eyes out there. If we don't know what's coming, I couldn't finish the sentence. The thought of being blind in this storm, lost in the wild chaos, was suffocating. Lucas nodded, his urgency palpable, and for a moment, we were just two souls twisted together in a dance of fear and determination. I could hear the distant echoes of gunfire, the sharp crack that seemed to punctuate the heavy silence. My heart thudded in my chest, a wild drumbeat that drowned out everything else. "Command, do you copy?" The radio crackled again. It was a new voice, shaky, unsure. The sound of a shot rang out, piercing the static like a knife. I felt the cold grip of dread wrap around my throat. "We've lost." I pressed my palm against the wall, grounding myself, imagining the rough texture beneath my fingers like the bark of an ancient tree. I wanted to scream, to shatter the tense air with my fear, but I swallowed it down, the bitterness stinging my throat. I was a soldier, and soldiers didn't break. "Get the reports," I whispered to Lucas, my voice barely audible over the chaos. "Tell them to keep their heads down." My mind raced, colliding memories of laughter and warmth with the stark reality of our situation. Each memory felt like a ghost, haunting me, whispering warnings that made my skin crawl. He nodded, darting away, leaving me alone in a world that felt increasingly surreal, like a dream teetering on the edge of nightmare. The radio buzzed, the static wrapping around me like a shroud, an eerie reminder of how fragile our communication was amidst the chaos. I closed my eyes for a moment, and the darkness behind my eyelids was overwhelming, a void that threatened to swallow me whole. I remember the night before everything changed, the soft glow of the city lights against the horizon, promising safety and warmth. We had been so naive, so blissfully unaware of the storm brewing just beyond the veil of our consciousness. "Carmen, you should see this!" Lucas had shouted, his eyes bright with excitement as he showed me a new map, a simple sketch that felt like a promise of adventure. "This is us. Here and here." His finger danced over the paper, and at that moment, the world felt infinite. But time is cruel, and the universe had other plans. The radio crackled once more, and a voice came through, rough and trembling. "Command, we're losing men. They're inside the perimeter." I repeat, I felt my breath hitch, a clawing fear rising within me, spilling out into my throat like a bitter poison. "God, no." I whispered, the words slipping past my lips before I could stop them. The weight of it all bore down on me, and for a heartbeat, I felt the overwhelming urge to flee, to run from this place that had become a cauldron of dread and despair. Lucas returned, his face pale, lines of worry etched deep into his features. "We need to," he started, but I cut him off, desperation clawing at my chest. "What do we do? What do we say?" The words tumbled out, desperate and raw. "We report," he said, his voice steady, but I could see the tremor in his hands, the way he fought against the tide of fear threatening to overwhelm him. "We give them the facts. Orders, reports, it's all we have. Facts." I nearly spat, the word bitter on my tongue. Facts didn't save lives, they only documented loss. What if there aren't enough facts? What if it all goes to hell? The tears I had held back began to spill over, hot and relentless. Carmen, Lucas stepped closer, his eyes searching mine, trying to anchor me in the storm of my own making. "We can't give in to fear. We have to communicate. We owe them that." I nodded, but doubt gnawed at me, a relentless beast that wouldn't let go. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders, the heavy burden of expectation and responsibility. My heart thundered in my chest, each beat a reminder of the lives hanging in the balance. "Command, we're ready," I said into the radio, my voice trembling but resolute. "We're ready to report." But inside, I was a whirlwind, a tempest of fear and determination, a contradiction that threatened to rip me apart. The radio crackled back, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. "Proceed." The calmness in those two words felt like a slap across the face, a stark contrast to the chaos around us. "Lucas, do you have the perimeter reports?" He nodded, and I could see the determination burning in his eyes, a flame that flickered but refused to be extinguished. "I have them. We need to be concise, clear." I swallowed hard, the taste of fear lingering on my tongue. "Let's do this." The sentences formed like a prayer, each word heavy with the weight of uncertainty and hope. And as I began to speak, the air around us shifted, an electric tension crackling in the dim light. The shadows seemed to lean in closer, eavesdropping on our every word, and I could feel the cosmos watching, waiting. This was more than communication, it was a lifeline, a desperate grasping at the frayed edges of survival. In that moment, we were not just soldiers, we were the last echoes of humanity in a world gone mad, and every order, every report, felt like a thread woven into the tapestry of our fate, a tapestry unraveling before our very eyes. The night was pregnant with whispers of what was to come, and as I spoke, I felt the power of our words reverberate within me, a pulse, a heartbeat that would not be silenced. The thunder cracked like a whip, slicing through the suffocating quiet of the night. I stood there, drenched to the bone, the mud thick around my ankles, a weight pulling me down. Rain fell in merciless sheets, each drop a tiny dagger that pierced the skin, a reminder of the chaos that brewed just beyond the trees. I could hear her scream, a banshee wail echoing in the storm, and my heart thundered in response, racing to catch up with the panic swirling inside me. Sarah! She was out there, lost in the dark, her silhouette dancing with the shadows, engulfed by the tempest. I remember the way her laughter used to fill the air like sunlight breaking through clouds. Now, it was all shadows and echoes, the joy we once shared swallowed whole by the malevolence of the night. The memories clawed at me, sharp and unyielding, like the claws of a ravenous beast. I could taste the fear in the back of my throat, bitter and acrid, mingling with the rainwater trickling down my chin. "Stay close!" I yelled, my voice barely carrying over the storm's roar, but I knew it was futile. The wind howled, a wild animal, gnashing its teeth, and the mud slurped around me like a hungry mouth, eager to pull me down into its depths. I fought against it, each step a battle, the earth greedy for my body, my soul, and I could feel the panic clawing at my insides. It was a twisted dance of nature, and I was just a pawn, a hapless figure in the grand play of the storm. The night was a swirling canvas of chaos, the trees bent, the sky churned, and the world felt unrecognizable. I could almost hear whispers among the raindrops, a symphony of despair. But I wasn't ready to be swallowed by that darkness. Not yet. Not when Sarah's life hung in the balance. Then there was Mark, a shadow against the chaos, his face smeared with mud and desperation. His eyes, usually so full of bravado, now reflected the fear that gripped us both. "We have to find her," he shouted, his voice cracking, raw with emotion. He was my anchor, but in this storm, he felt as lost as I was. We were two ships adrift, caught in a tempest, and all around us the very earth seemed to scream for our souls. I remember when we used to climb that hill, how the sun kissed our skin, how everything felt possible. I shouted over the storm, a futile attempt to cling to the vestiges of hope. But nostalgia was a fragile thread, and the rain washed it away, leaving only the weight of reality. The mud sucked at my shoes, and I stumbled, the world spinning for a moment as I fought against the pull of the earth, against the pull of despair. "Do you think she made it to the grove?" Mark asked, desperation lacing his voice. I could see the flicker of hope in his eyes, but it felt like a candle against a hurricane. I wanted to believe, wanted to say yes, but the truth sat heavy in my throat. What if she didn't? What if she was out there, alone and afraid? The memory of her smile cut through the rain, bright, warm, defiant. She was a force of nature, and now nature turned against her. I could hear thunder rumbling in the distance, a growl of warning, and I felt it deep in my bones. Time was slipping through my fingers like the sand of an hourglass. Moments stretched into eternity, each heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. "Sarah!" I screamed into the blackness, the name ripping from my throat like a wounded animal. The wind howled back, mocking, biting, as if nature itself conspired against us. Mark joined me, our voices merging into a desperate symphony, echoing through the night, a chorus of fear and longing. I remember, I began again, the memories flooding back, unbidden. I remember the first time we met, how her laughter felt like a balm for my soul. How she lit up the world around her, even on the cloudiest days. Tears mixed with the rain on my face, but I couldn't tell where the storm ended and I began. Each memory was a dagger in my heart, twisting deeper, deeper. "We have to keep moving," Mark urged, his grip tightening on my shoulder. The urgency in his voice shook me back to reality, the present crashing in like the rain. The ground shifted beneath us, a treacherous path of mud, and every step felt like a question mark. Were we heading toward salvation or doom? The darkness thickened, the trees looming like giants, their branches clawing at the sky. I could see the shapes of the shadows more clearly now, the outlines of despair etched against the night. Time stretched cruelly, and I could feel the clock ticking, each second a reminder of our vulnerability. Suddenly, a flash of white. Was it a ghost, or was it Sarah? I charged forward, my heart racing, adrenaline fueling my limbs. Mud splattered everywhere, covering me in darkness, but I pressed on, desperate for the light that shone in that brief moment. "Sarah!" I yelled again, my voice cracking under the weight of hope and fear. Then, I saw her. A figure, pale and shimmering in the storm. It felt like the universe had paused for a heartbeat, and in that frozen moment, every doubt, every worry fell away. I reached out, and the ground slipped beneath me, a treacherous invitation to sink. "Sarah!" The name echoed again, a mantra against the storm, against the chaos that threatened to engulf us all. The rain fell harder, the world exploding into a cacophony of sound and fury. My heart raced, but my feet were rooted in fear, the mud clinging like an anchor to my soul, and I could only hope that fate would spare us this night. Then, I reached her, and time blurred. I pulled her close, the warmth of her body against mine a fierce reminder of life, of everything that was at stake. In that moment, the storm felt less like a curse and more like a baptism, a cleansing of all that was lost and all that remained. The rain beat down upon us, but it felt different now, like a promise. "I'm here," I whispered, my voice a fragile thread in the downpour. And in the heart of the storm, surrounded by chaos, I felt the fragile flame of hope flicker back to life. The night was still dark, but it was a dark filled with possibility. As the thunder roared and the rain lashed out, I knew that the battle was just beginning, and we would face it together, rain-soaked and unyielding. The sun hung low in the sky, a cruel orange orb casting long shadows over the battlefield, where death clung to the air like a thick fog. I could hardly breathe amidst the acrid stench of gunpowder and blood, the ground beneath my feet trembling with the weight of countless souls lost. It was as if the earth itself mourned, swallowing the cries of agony, muffling the sound of despair. I stood there, heart racing, sweat trickling down my temple, the distant echo of artillery like a grim metronome counting down the seconds to oblivion. "Caleb!" A voice pierced through the chaos, sharp as shrapnel. It was Lena, her eyes wild, reflecting the horror around us. She was a fighter, a survivor, but today, her spirit flickered like a candle struggling against the wind. "We need to pull back." Her voice trembled, but there was steel beneath the fear. She had seen too much, just as I had. The haunting faces of our fallen comrades played in my mind like a macabre slideshow, each face a dagger to my heart. "I can't leave them," I whispered, though I knew the truth. I could feel the exhaustion settling into my bones, the marrow drained by endless days of attrition warfare, where victories felt hollow and defeats tasted like despair. The idea of retreat gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast, but as I looked into Lena's eyes, I saw a reflection of my own exhaustion, the heavy weight of despair that threatened to drown us both. The ground shook again, this time more violently, as if the universe conspired to remind us of our fragility. I remembered the lullabies my mother used to sing, the way they wrapped around me like a warm embrace. But here, those memories felt like a distant star, flickering and cold against the backdrop of this hell. I wanted to scream, to rage against the universe for putting us in this moment, for forcing us to choose between survival and loyalty. Lena's hand gripped my forearm, grounding me. "Caleb, they're counting on us. If we don't leave now, we'll join them." Her gaze shifted, following the trajectory of a shell as it soared overhead, a grim reminder of our mortality. The sound of detonation was a dreadful punctuation, an exclamation mark on the tragedy unfolding around us. And then there was Marcus, my brother-in-arms, the one who joked through the darkness, who made us laugh when the weight of the world threatened to crush us. But today, his laughter was absent, replaced by a hollow look that spoke of too many battles fought, too many dreams shattered. He stumbled into view, blood caking his uniform, eyes haunted. "It's no use," he gasped, the weight of his surrender hanging in the air like a death sentence. "We're just bodies to them now." "Don't say that," I shouted, and the words tore from my throat, raw and desperate. "We are more than just bodies. We are the dreams of those who believed in us." But even as I spoke, a deep-seated fear clawed at my insides, whispering insidiously, what if he was right? The sun dipped lower, casting an eerie twilight over the battlefield, shadows creeping like ghosts eager to claim their due. The air grew heavy with the scent of decay, the kind that settles deep into your skin, burrowing into your soul. I could taste it, bitter and metallic, as Lena pulled me closer, her breath hitching in her throat. "Caleb, please," she urged, her vulnerability stark against the chaos. "We can't fight what we can't see. They will grind us down to dust." I looked at her, really looked, and saw the flicker of hope buried deep within her stormy eyes. It was a fragile flame, but it was there, fighting against the suffocating darkness. "If we leave, they win," I said, my voice trembling, knowing full well the torment that lay ahead. "But if we stay, we die. Is there no other option?" "Sometimes," Marcus murmured, almost to himself, "the only option is to survive." The weight of that statement fell between us like a heavy stone. Survive. But at what cost? How many more would we lose? How many dreams would be extinguished beneath the relentless march of time and war? The first stars began to twinkle in the darkening sky, distant and indifferent to our plight. My heart raced, the night felt like a weighted blanket, smothering yet oddly comforting. I remembered the stars from home, memories of lying in the grass, counting constellations with Lena, feeling invincible as we whispered our hopes into the cosmos. But here, the stars felt mocking, a reminder of everything we'd lost and everything we might never hold again. "Caleb!" Lena's voice pulled me back, urgency lacing her words like a lifeline. "We have to move. Now!" I nodded, heart pounding, the decision aching in my chest. But as we turned to retreat, I caught one last glimpse of the battlefield, bodies sprawled like broken dolls, the unyielding earth a cruel graveyard for dreams. And in that moment, a fire ignited within me, a desperate resolve. I would not let this be the end. Yet, as we stumbled away, the shadows deepened, wrapping around us like a shroud. Fear clawed at the edges of my mind, a relentless whisper that promised only suffering ahead. I could feel the exhaustion clawing at my limbs, but I held on to Lena, to Marcus, to the hope that flickered like a candle in the storm. In the distance, artillery thundered, a dreadful reminder that the night was far from over. I took a deep breath, and as we moved forward, I felt the weight of countless souls pushing us onward. Each heartbeat echoed, each breath heavy with anticipation, urging us into the unknown where survival was the only thing left to fight for. The air hung thick with despair, a low, choking mist that pressed against the skin like the weight of 1,000 regrets. I remember the silence before the storm, that eerie lull where every heartbeat echoed like a drumroll of fate. In the dim light of a crumbling Parisian street, shadows twisted and danced, whispering secrets of what was to come. My fingers trembled, clutching a rusted blade that felt heavier than the grief spilling from every corner of my heart. Jack stood beside me, eyes wide, reflecting the flickering flames of a nearby barricade. Fear twisted his features, but it was the defiance beneath that struck me the most. "We can't back down," he breathed, a half-hearted bravado straining against the tide of panic. Sweat glistened on his brow, a testament to the unending dread that wrapped around us like a vine of barbed wire. I wanted to reach out, to tell him it was okay to be afraid, but the words lodged in my throat, heavy as stone. Marie, my sister, crouched near the remnants of a shattered window, her fingers tracing the jagged glass like a dancer's movement, delicate yet doomed. I remember her laughter, the way it used to fill the void of our mother's absence with warmth. Now, that laughter felt like a ghost, haunting the edges of her resolve. "If we don't fight," she whispered, voice trembling like a newborn leaf in the wind, "they'll take everything." Her gaze turned toward the horizon, where the sun dipped low, bleeding crimson into the sky. It was beautiful, the way the world seemed to burn, but I knew that beauty was a lie, an illusion masking the horror that loomed just beyond the barricades. The sound of distant marching, the drumbeat of approaching soldiers, became a pulse in the air, quickening our breaths. I remember the moment I realized that hope had slipped through my fingers, a fragile wisp of smoke in the wind. "They're coming," I said, though my voice felt foreign, distant, like a stranger's echoing through the chambers of a heart long frozen in despair. Jack's shoulders squared, a mountain of defiance rising against the tide. "Then let them come," he spat, fists clenched like a child's temper, raw and unyielding. "Let them taste our fury." But the words tasted bitter on his tongue, and I could see his own doubt creeping into the shadows of his resolve. I knew he was terrified, just as I was, but fear was a luxury we could no longer afford. As the soldiers approached, their boots thudding against the cobblestones, the city seemed to inhale, a collective gasp before the inevitable. I remembered the stories of our past, the romance of revolution, how the streets sang with the fervor of change. But now, it felt like a funeral march, each step a dirge for the dreams we once held close. And yet, beneath that weight lay an ember, a flicker of rebellion that refused to die. Marie rose to her feet, determination igniting her eyes. "We fight for the ones we love," she declared, voice rising above the din, a clarion call amidst the chaos. In that moment, I saw her not as my sister, but as a warrior, fierce and unyielding. The air crackled with tension, and I felt the gravity of her words gripping my heart, binding us together in an unbreakable chain of hope and fear. Together, I whispered, the word a promise, a lifeline thrown into the storm raging around us. The soldiers emerged from the shadows, a wall of steel and fury, their faces obscured by helmets that gleamed with malice. I could almost hear the drumming of their hearts, the bloodlust surging through them like a tidal wave. But inside our barricade, a different rhythm pulsed, faster, desperate, alive. I remember the moment we charged, hearts pounding like war drums. The clash of metal rang in the air, a symphony of chaos and courage. A soldier fell, and there was a moment, just a heartbeat, where the world froze, their eyes wide, reflecting the promise of oblivion. It was a fleeting glance, a glimpse of a life extinguished, and in that moment, I felt the weight of every choice I had ever made crash down upon me. "Keep fighting!" Jack yelled, pushing forward, but I could see the fear creeping in, the flicker of doubt threatening to snuff out the flame of our rebellion. I wanted to shake him, to remind him of the laughter we'd shared, the bond that tethered us to this fight. But there was no time. The city screamed around us, a cacophony of desperation and defiance, a living testament to the desperation of a people pushed to the brink. Marie fell to the ground, the world tilting beneath her as time stretched and twisted. I rushed to her side, cradling her head in my lap, her breath shallow, a fragile whisper of what once was. "Stay with me," I begged, but the darkness was already creeping into her gaze, stealing the light. "We're going to win," I promised, though my heart shattered against the weight of that lie. I remember the warmth of blood soaking my hands, the iron scent mingling with the smoke and sweat, a reminder that love was not enough. The soldiers surged forward, relentless as the tide, and I knew that this final assault was not just against them, but against everything we had ever hoped for, everything we had ever loved. Through the chaos, I caught Jack's eye, a silent communication passing between us, a question and a plea: will you fight, even when all seems lost? In that moment, I knew that this battle was not just for survival, but for the very essence of who we were. The world around us fragmented, time slipping through our fingers, and as I prepared to charge again, I felt the ground tremble beneath me, a reminder that hope, like the earth, could shift and quake, but it never truly disappeared. It lingered, a ghost in the shadows, urging us forward into the abyss. And so we fought, a tempest of blood and bravery, knowing that we were not just fighting for freedom, but for the very soul of our existence, a desperate dance against the darkness that threatened to consume us all. The air was thick with smoke, a choking reminder of what was lost and what was about to break apart. I stood in the rubble, the skeletal remains of stone and iron looming like ghosts of a once mighty fortress. A distant scream sliced through the haze, jagged and raw, while the ground trembled beneath me. Was it fear, or the rhythm of a heartbeat that echoed the chaos? Time twisted here, bending like a fragile reed in a storm, and I could almost hear the clock ticking backward, unraveling the very fabric of this moment. I remember the shadows, dark, creeping, living things that clung to the edges of my vision. They whispered secrets, drawing me into the heart of it all. And there was Lucien, a soldier with haunted eyes. His hands, stained and trembling, clutched a rusted rifle as though it were a lifeline and a noose all at once. His breath came in ragged gasps, each one a desperate prayer to gods long forgotten. He was a mountain of bravado, yet the fear gnawed at him, clawing through his bravado like a feral beast. He had promised his sister he would return, yet here he was, teetering on the precipice of despair. "Lucien," I whispered, my voice barely rising above the sighs of the dying city around us. "We can't stay here." But even as I said it, my heart raced with the thrill of uncertainty, the intoxicating pull of the unknown. He turned to me, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the boy he once was, before war had stolen away his innocence. "There's nowhere to go, Amélie. You can feel it, can't you? It's all collapsing." The words hung in the air like a grim promise, a shadow of truth draped over us. And then there was Margot, so fiercely alive, a flame flickering defiantly against the encroaching dark. I watched her dart through the debris, every movement a dance of defiance, a rebellion against the fate looming over us. She laughed, but it was a brittle sound, each note tinged with the knowledge that joy was a fragile thing, a bubble waiting to burst. "We can still make it," she shouted, her voice bright against the hollow cacophony, but even she couldn't muster the conviction that once filled her. "Make what?" I shot back, anger and fear blending into a tempest within me. "What is left to save?" I didn't want her to see the cracks in my own armor, the way hope slipped like sand through my fingers. I felt the weight of the world pressing down, a tangible thing that threatened to crush us all. In the distance, the ground quaked again, and the sky seemed to darken, heavy with the portent of destruction. A building screamed as it surrendered to gravity, collapsing in a symphony of chaos, and within that moment, I saw not just bricks and mortar but the dreams we had woven together, the fragile tapestry of our lives unraveling thread by thread. "Run!" Margot's voice cut through my thoughts, sharp and urgent. And we did, feet pounding against the cobblestones, echoing against the death knell of a world crashing down around us. Each heartbeat was a drum, urging us forward, but my mind spiraled into the vast void of uncertainty. What awaited us on the other side? Was there even another side? I remember the moment we found ourselves at the edge of the courtyard, the air thick with despair. There, framed by the shattered remains of a once gleaming bastion, stood a figure cloaked in shadows. It was a silhouette of a man, standing defiantly against the chaos, and for a heartbeat, I thought he was death itself, come to claim what was left. "Stand down," he yelled, his voice a thunderclap, reverberating through the air, shaking the very ground beneath us. He was both a savior and a spectre, a grim reminder that we were outnumbered, outmatched. The enemy surged forward, a tidal wave of faces twisted by rage and fear, and I felt the weight of my own insignificance, a tiny flicker against an all-consuming darkness. "Lucian!" I shouted, the name tearing from my throat as I watched him step forward, every muscle coiled tight with resolve. "Don't! You can't face them alone." But he was already lost in the moment, his past and future colliding in a dance of defiance, a man willing to lay himself bare against the storm. The enemy surged forward, a monstrous tide, and I could see it in Lucian's eyes, the flicker of doubt, the fractured pieces of a once unbreakable spirit. He was a soldier, yes, but also a brother, a son, a dreamer whose life had become a battlefield. "Together?" Margot cried, and it was as if she had summoned the courage from the very ground we stood upon, as though the city itself was whispering its last plea. We moved as one, heartbeats aligning in a frantic symphony, a desperate attempt to defy the inevitable. I remember the clash, the metallic symphony of weapons meeting flesh and bone, the cries of the fallen mingling with our own. The air was electric, alive with raw, unfiltered emotion, a cacophony of chaos and heartbreak. I could feel the world closing in, the edges of reality fraying as panic clawed at my insides. Yet there were glimpses of beauty even in this chaos, moments suspended in time, a soldier cradling a photo of his daughter, a mother's eyes filled with agony, a child's laughter echoing like a ghost through the ruins. And through it all, I felt the pull of the cosmos, the vast, ungraspable notion that we were all just fleeting stars in a universe so much larger than ourselves. Then, as the dust began to settle, I saw Lucian fall. The world slowed, colors fading into a monochrome blur, the sound of his body hitting the ground a haunting note in the symphony of destruction. "No!" I screamed, and in that moment, I felt the tether to hope snap, a cruel reminder that even the strongest of us could not withstand the weight of the universe. Margot's laughter faded, replaced by the chilling silence of grief. I moved, instinctively, toward Lucian, but the shadows closed in, the darkness wrapping around me like a shroud. I could feel the weight of death pressing down, a suffocating embrace that promised to swallow us whole. Amelie, his voice was a whisper, fragile as glass, and I knelt beside him, tears blurring my vision. Keep fighting for us, but the world was crumbling, and with it, my heart. The echoes of laughter faded, lost in the grasp of shadows. Time itself seemed to unravel, leaving only the raw, pulsing ache of loss, a wound that would never heal. In that moment, as the chaos surged around us and the shadows danced, I understood, this was only the beginning. The collapse was not just of the French lines, but of everything we held dear, everything we thought we knew. And as the dust settled and the last echoes of laughter faded into the night, the darkness whispered its promise, a promise that would haunt us, that would linger long after the final breath. The cannon roared, a deafening thunderclap that shattered the uneasy stillness of the battlefield. I remember the ground trembling beneath my feet, the acrid scent of gunpowder clawing at my throat. Every heartbeat in synchrony with the distant cries of men, anguished, desperate, brave. In that moment, I was somewhere between heaven and hell, suspended in a vortex of raw fear and electric anticipation. This was not just a clash of armies, this was the anguished symphony of souls caught in the unforgiving grip of fate. And in the eye of this storm stood two men, destined to define the destiny of nations, Wellington and Napoleon. I remember Wellington, tall, unyielding, with eyes that pierced through the fog of war like daggers. He bore the weight of his men like a shroud, every decision pressing down on him like the very earth he fought on. In the dark corners of his mind, doubt flickered, was he truly the bulwark against the tide of tyranny? The very thought gnawed at him, clawing at his resolve. He was a man of duty, yet the shadows whispered of the cost. Would he lead them to glory, or to their graves? Then there was Napoleon, that tempestuous star, burning brighter than the sun yet teetering on the edge of oblivion. Oh, how he danced upon the precipice of madness! I remember the way his voice carried across the battlefield, exhilarating, intoxicating. He was a man who turned dreams into destiny, leading legions with a ferocity that made hearts race and blood pulse. But within that brilliance lay a darkness, a hunger for conquest that could consume even the brightest soul. In the hush between cannon fire, I felt it, the whisper of a man grappling with his own demons, his ambition woven with a thread of madness. Suddenly, the silence shattered again. A gallop, a blur of hooves and chaos. Wellington's men braced, their faces hardened with resolve, yet I saw the flicker of fear in their eyes, like the glint of a blade poised to strike. They were not just soldiers, they were fathers, sons, brothers, each one a thread in the tapestry of a world hanging by a fraying knot. Wellington raised his arm, the signal, and in that moment, time itself seemed to suspend. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. Forward, he thundered, his voice a clarion call piercing through the fog of despair. The men surged forth, a wave of humanity crashing against the storm of Napoleon's might. And then came the clashing of steel, the carnage, oh, the carnage! I remember the ground soaked in dark sorrow, the air thick with the cries of the fallen. Each man fought not just for victory but for the very essence of human spirit, a fierce, desperate struggle against the void. Napoleon, with his eyes aflame, watched the chaos unfold. I felt his ambition echo in the very marrow of his bones. He reveled in the chaos, a maestro conducting a sinister symphony. But even as I marveled at his audacity, I sensed the fissures in his armor, the cracks creeping into his gilded dream. The weight of his empire pressed down on him, and in those fleeting moments, I caught a glimpse of a man wrestling with the ghosts of his past, the specters of his choices. But oh, how they danced, these two titans of history, locked in a deadly waltz, each step a testament to their resolve, their flaws. Wellington, forged in the fires of duty. Napoleon, crafted from the ashes of ambition. I could feel the pulse of the universe around me, the infinite cosmos bearing witness to this clash of titans, two stars colliding in a cataclysm of ideals. Time itself seemed to warp as the battle stretched into an eternity, every second infused with the agony of sacrifice. I remember the sound of despair, a soldier crumpling, his life extinguished like a snuffed candle. It echoed in my ears, a haunting reminder of the cost of glory. Wellington's face, stern yet haunted, a reflection of the burden he bore. He was not just leading men, he was tethering souls to destinies unknown, weaving their fates into the fabric of history. With every command, every rallying cry, he fought against the tides of fate, knowing full well the ultimate price of leadership. And in that moment, amidst the chaos, I felt it, a shift, an awakening. Napoleon, sensing the tide turning, roared with fervor, his eyes ablaze with defiance. "We will not falter," he bellowed, his voice slicing through the cacophony. I could feel the surge of his spirit, 1,000 dreams igniting in his chest. Was it madness or brilliance that propelled him? Perhaps both, a combustible cocktail of dreams and despair. But each man was a paradox, and as the battle raged, I saw the darkness creeping over Napoleon's fervor, the shadows binding him. Was this the price of ambition? The chaos birthed from his insatiable hunger, the very ambition that could lift him to the stars yet consume him whole. The universe was spiraling, and the clock was ticking, an eternal reminder that time waits for no one, and fate is a fickle mistress. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the blood-soaked earth, the confrontation crescendoed. Wellington's forces pressed on, their spirits rekindled by the flicker of hope. Napoleon, too, surged forward, a tempest unfurling, desperate to seize what was slipping through his fingers. I could see it in their eyes, the conflict, the raw, visceral desire to lead, to conquer, to protect. And in that moment, I understood, the heart of leadership is not in the victories won or the glory sought. It's in the unbearable weight of choices, the shadows that dance alongside ambition, the dreams intertwined with despair. Each man fought not just for a crown or a cause, but for the essence of what it meant to be human. They were not just legends, they were reflections of our own struggles, our own fears and aspirations. The battle raged on, a haunting echo of humanity's eternal struggle between light and darkness. I felt the pull of their spirits, the gravity of their choices, a symphony of emotion swirling around me, an unyielding force that bound me to their fates. And as their clash continued, the universe held its breath, suspended in a moment that could change everything. The ghosts of their past lingered, the future was unwritten. The night was dark, cold, and silent, but the battle was far from over. The roles of leadership were unfolding, each decision a thread in the tapestry of fate, and I stood in the shadows, waiting for the next heartbeat to shatter the stillness, for the next moment to ignite the flames of history. The silence is the loudest thing. It envelops the battlefield like a shroud, thick and suffocating. I stand amidst the wreckage, the air heavy with the acrid smell of smoke and iron. Bodies lie sprawled, twisted in grotesque shapes, their faces frozen in expressions of shock, fear, or resignation. It's a tableau of despair, a haunting reminder of the lives extinguished in an instant, lives that once held dreams, laughter, and love. I remember when the sun rose that fateful morning, a brilliant orb spilling golden light over the fields. There was a beauty to it, an eerie contrast to the chaos that unfolded. How naive we were, believing that day would be like any other. I can almost hear the echoes of the battle, shouts mingling with the clash of metal, the thud of bodies hitting the ground, the cries of the wounded. I see Sarah, her eyes wide, searching for me in the madness, her blonde hair streaked with mud and blood, a warrior one moment, a fragile girl the next. "Where is he?" she shouted, her voice barely piercing through the cacophony. I wanted to reach for her, to assure her that everything would be okay, but my hands were bound by fear, by the haunting knowledge that this battle could take everything from us. Then there's Marcus, the steadfast soldier, always the one to put himself in the line of fire. I remember his laugh, a deep rumble that could fill the darkest corners of despair. It was the kind of laugh that made you feel invincible, but here, it drowns in the silence, swallowed by the loss of his comrades. I see him now, kneeling by a fallen friend, blooded hands clutching the man's lifeless body. He shakes, a broken man encased in armor. "No, no, no." The words spill from his lips, a mantra of denial, but reality crashes over him like a relentless tide. I remember the moment it all shifted. The sun, once a beacon, now a mocking spectre as clouds rolled in, dark and brooding. I was fighting, every swing of my sword filled with desperation, but I was also aware of the shadows creeping in. The soldiers fell around me, and with each life extinguished, a piece of my soul dimmed. I thought I was strong. I thought I could endure. But amidst the din, I felt the chill of doubt crawl along my spine, whispering truths I dared not confront. The aftermath is an abyss. I wander through the remnants of what was once a vibrant landscape, now reduced to a graveyard of hopes and dreams. Each step I take is heavy with remorse. I see the remnants of their lives scattered across the ground, photos, trinkets, echoes of laughter now snuffed out, fading with the light. I remember Sarah's laughter, how it would wrap around me like a warm embrace. But that warmth has turned to ice, a stark reminder of what we've lost. The moon rises, casting a silvery glow over the devastation, a cruel beauty in a world stripped of color. I see Marcus standing alone, his silhouette sharp against the shadows, a ghost in his own right. "They didn't deserve this," he whispers, and I feel the weight of his heartache. He cradles a letter, written in haste, ink smudged with tears. I've seen that letter before, it was meant for a love that will never bloom, words that will never be spoken. "I should have protected them," he murmurs, the guilt gnawing at him like a relentless beast. I want to comfort him, to remind him that it wasn't his fault, but the words catch in my throat, choked by my own grief. The universe seems indifferent, a vast expanse of stars twinkling down at our misery, mocking our struggles. I remember the stories that once danced in our hearts, the tales of courage, honor, and love. But here, they lie shattered, scattered like the remnants of our lives. I feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down, a reminder that we are but tiny specks in an unfathomable void. The war may end, but the echoes will linger, haunting every corner of our existence. As the night deepens, the shadows stretch and twist, morphing into phantoms of our past. I can hear their whispers, the voices of the fallen, calling for justice, for recognition, for peace. I close my eyes, and for a brief moment, I see their faces, smiling, laughing, living. In this fevered dream, I grasp at the edges, clawing for a way to bring them back, to stitch together the pieces of what we've lost. And then I see Sarah again, a memory flickering like a candle in the wind. "We'll get through this," she had said, her confidence a shield against the darkness that encroached. But now, that light feels distant, almost cruel in its absence. I want to scream, to rage against the world that took her, that took everything from us. But the scream dies in my throat, swallowed by the void of night. Where do we go from here? I whisper into the abyss, hoping for an answer, a sign that our suffering has meaning, that there's a way to carry their memories forward without letting them fade into nothingness. Marcus turns to me, his eyes brimming with sorrow and resolve. We remember, he says, his voice steady, a lifeline in the storm. We remember them, and we fight for those who remain. In that moment, a flicker of hope ignites within me, a fragile flame battling against the overwhelming darkness. I can't promise that the road ahead won't be fraught with pain, but the act of remembering becomes a refuge, a sanctuary amidst the ruins. Together, we stand over the fallen, two souls intertwined by grief yet bound by the indomitable human spirit. I can almost feel the pulse of the universe, a rhythm that echoes through the void, a reminder that even in this darkness, life persists, and so too must our memories. The battle may have claimed its toll, but our story is far from over. Together, we will navigate this uncharted territory, a new beginning born from the ashes of despair. As the dawn approaches, the shadows recede, and the first light spills over the horizon, illuminating the wreckage with a promise, a flicker of a new day, holding the weight of our losses yet whispering of hope. The night air was thick with a cloying tension, a silence so profound it buzzed in the ears. The French army stood at the precipice of chaos, a mass of men cloaked in shadows, their breaths shallow like the whispers of ghosts. I remember a soldier's face, pale, drawn tight with fear, as if the darkness itself had reached out to envelope him. He clutched his musket, knuckles white, eyes darting to the horizon where the faint glimmer of enemy torches flickered like a hellish mirage. "Where are they?" he murmured, his voice cracking. The question hung in the air, pregnant with desperation, echoing in the hearts of many. I remember André, the steadfast captain who had once stood strong under the sunlit banners of glory. Now, as he peered through the trees, his face was a canvas of doubt, marred by the shadows of lost hope. He had always believed in honor, in the valor of the French, but the chaos of the retreat was erasing those ideals, replacing them with a gnawing fear that clawed at his insides. The world around him felt like a cruel joke, and he was merely the punchline. With each rustle of leaves, the echoes of distant gunfire became an ominous heartbeat, pulsing through the forest, reminding us of the battle that had raged and ultimately crumbled to dust. I could almost taste the acrid bitterness of gunpowder in the air, mingling with the metallic tang of sweat and blood. It was a grotesque cocktail, a memory of war that felt like a betrayal of all that was good. André's hand trembled as he raised it to signal the remaining men, urging them to move like shadows through the underbrush. "Stay close," he commanded, but his voice faltered, swallowed by the trees around them. We weren't soldiers anymore, we were lost souls, wandering through a nightmare of our own making. Then there was Etienne, a young artilleryman, barely a man yet carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. I remember how he clutched a locket around his neck, fingers brushing the cool metal as if it could shield him from the horrors that loomed just beyond the flickering light of their campfires. His mother's face, trapped inside, haunted him. He had promised to return, to bring her news of victory, but now, all he could think of was her warm embrace, the aroma of her cooking wafting through their modest home. The thought felt like a distant star, burning bright yet unattainable, losing its light in the inky blackness of despair. "Keep moving, Etienne!" André shouted, his voice rising above the whispers of the forest. But the boy stood rooted, paralyzed by the weight of his fear and the memory of home. The air crackled with an intensity, a sense of finality, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for someone to break the silence. I thought of the city, Paris, with its vibrant streets that once sang with life. Now, all that remained was this oppressive quiet, a tomb for dreams long extinguished. Shadows danced on the ground, twisting into grotesque shapes, taunting us, reminding us of what we were losing. I could tell that if we didn't move soon, we would become part of the very darkness we feared. A distant scream shattered the quiet, slicing through the stillness like a knife through flesh, raw and real. The soldiers around us jolted, their faces a canvas of terror. I could see André's resolve begin to crack, the facade of strength peeling away like paint from a weathered fence. "We have to go," he urged, desperation creeping into his voice, but it was too late. The forest was alive now, the trees breathing with the weight of our fear, the ground trembling beneath our feet as the chaos descended. Etienne stumbled backward, eyes wide with the horror of realization. "They're coming," he shouted, panic spilling from his lips like blood from a wound. In that moment, the world condensed, the air thickening into a palpable dread, as if the very essence of fear wrapped around us, squeezing the breath from our lungs. And in the distance, the thunder of hooves approached, a tide of darkness surging toward us, a wave of inevitable doom. I could feel the weight of it, that collective consciousness of fate, pulling us under. André's voice reached a fever pitch, a desperate rallying cry that echoed in the stillness. "Run! Don't look back!" But how could we run when the very ground seemed to swallow us whole? I felt the ache of lost dreams, the weight of every promise unfulfilled, every loved one left behind. This wasn't just the retreat of an army, it was the retreat of hope itself, a shattering of everything we had believed. I remember the locket slipping from Etienne's grasp, falling to the ground with a heart-wrenching clang. It echoed through the chaos, a symbol of all we had fought to protect. I wanted to reach for it, to hand it back, but time was slipping through our fingers like sand, and all I could do was scream his name. "Etienne! Come back!" But he was lost, consumed by the chaos, swallowed by the shadows. I felt a hollow ache in my chest, a deep, bone-chilling fear that resonated through my very being. The world was collapsing, the cosmos aligning against us, and as I turned to follow André into the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not just fleeing the enemy, we were fleeing ourselves. The twisted branches reached out like skeletal hands, grasping at our very souls, urging us into the depths of despair. I thought of the clock, ticking somewhere in the distance, counting down the moments until we were nothing but echoes, swallowed by the abyss. In that moment, fear coiled tightly around my heart, an unyielding grip of chaos and confusion. And yet, even in that suffocating darkness, I felt a flicker of defiance, a whisper of strength rising from the ashes of despair. Maybe, just maybe, in the heart of our retreat, we could still find a way to fight back against the shadows that sought to claim us. And so we ran, deeper into the night, where the line between hope and hopelessness blurred into the dark. We ran, hearts pounding like war drums, leaving behind only the faintest echoes of who we once were, and the chilling promise of what lay just ahead. The night was thick with the scent of smoke and sweat, the air so heavy it pressed against the skin, making every breath feel like a struggle against drowning. I remember the drums, their echoes vibrating through the cobblestone streets of Paris, each thud a heartbeat of history, pounding relentlessly in my ears. The crowd surged, a mass of faces illuminated by the flickering light of torches, eyes wild with fervor, as if the shadows of the past danced behind them, whispering secrets of glory and ruin. In that moment, I saw him, Colonel Antoine Dubois, his silhouette sharp against the haze, jaw clenched in a fierce determination that cut through the chaos. He was a man haunted by dreams that spiraled into nightmares, a man who had tasted victory and felt its bitter aftertaste, forever grasping at the hem of fate. "This is our moment," he shouted, voice fierce and cracked, as if he were wrenching the words from his very soul. Beside him stood Elodie, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears, a storm brewing beneath her fragile facade. She was a nurse, a healer, but tonight, she was also a fighter, a woman at war with her own heart, tangled in a web of love and loyalty. "Antoine, think of what we risk," she implored, her voice trembling like a candle flickering in the wind. "We're just shadows in this game. They'll crush us." But the flames of rebellion danced in Antoine's chest, igniting a fire that burned through his fear. "Every standard they hoist is a wound upon our hearts, Elodie," he said, eyes darkened with the weight of 1,000 battles. "If we seize Napoleon's standards, we seize hope." A flicker of uncertainty crossed her face, but it was quickly swallowed by a surge of resolve. "Then let us be brave, even in our fear," she whispered, and for a heartbeat, their gazes locked, a fragile bridge over an abyss of doubt. Around them, the city pulsed under a blanket of stars, a silent witness to the fury of men and women who had lost too much to the hands of tyranny. Each life here was a flickering candle, some snuffed out too soon, others still blazing defiantly against the night. The soldiers readied themselves, faces smeared with dirt and blood, so many had forgotten the taste of clean water, the joy of laughter in safe places. I could see in their eyes the longing for more than survival, an aching desire for freedom that echoed through the ages. The ground vibrated as they marched, boots heavy against the stones, a chorus of resolve ringing out in the night. Each step felt like a pulse, a heartbeat, a countdown to the inevitable clash. I remember, I thought, how the warmth of camaraderie can turn cold in the face of true despair. It was intoxicating and terrifying, like the first sip of wine, sweet, but laced with the bitter truth of what it could cost. As they approached the enemy camp, a shadow fell across the moonlit field, a ghost of ambition lingering in the air. The banners flew high, each emblazoned with the insignia of conquest, Napoleon's eyes watching, ever watchful. "He sees us," I could hear the whispers ripple through the ranks. "He knows." Elodie gripped her dagger, knuckles white, and I felt the tension spiral within her, a blend of fear and fierce love that made her both fragile and unyielding. "For my father," she murmured, a mantra that underscored every clash of steel to come. She was not just fighting for her country, but for the memory of the man who'd raised her, who'd dreamt of a France unshackled from tyranny. The skirmish erupted violently, a cacophony of screams and the clanging of swords that ripped through the night like the jagged edges of a broken heart. Antoine was everywhere at once, a whirlwind of fury, his blade slicing through the air, each swing a prayer for redemption. For freedom, he roared, each cry pulling the men around him, binding them in a tapestry of desperation and unity. Elodie fought alongside him, her movements fluid, her spirit a fierce flame igniting the hearts of those who'd long been smothered in darkness. I could see her falter, a shadow creeping through her resolve, reminding her of what lay on the line, the very man who inspired her to embrace this chaos. But she pressed on, driven by a fierce love that made her immune to fear. Then, in the chaos, I saw it, our Napoleon's banner, a flutter of fabric that whispered promises of power and blood. It was both alluring and repulsive, a symbol of dreams turned dark. Antoine's eyes locked onto it as if it were the last ray of hope in a stormy sky, a lighthouse cutting through the fog of despair. "Elodie," he called, the sound of his voice lost in the din, but his determination carved a path through the enemy lines. "Antoine!" she cried, breathless, as the world around her twisted into a blur. Time fractured, moments bleeding into one another. Each heartbeat was an eternity, each breath a prayer. And for that heartbeat, the world paused. Antoine lunged, grasping the standard, fingers curling around the fabric as if it were the very essence of life itself. But the enemy fought back, a dark tide crashing against the fragile shore of their dreams. I could feel the air thicken, the weight of history pressing against their shoulders. In that moment, it felt as if the very cosmos held its breath, watching, waiting. "Together!" Antoine roared, a rallying cry that sliced through the chaos, igniting the fire in their hearts. It resonated deep within me, echoing through the ages, reminding me of how the smallest act of rebellion could change the course of history. Elodie's scream split the air as she felt the cold steel of betrayal, the knife that pierced through her resolve. But she was not alone, the warmth of those around her wrapped around her like a shield. Together, they fought, blood and tears intertwining in the dust of history. And as the battle reached its fevered peak, the world exploded into color and sound, a symphony of chaos that felt both beautiful and tragic in its intensity. I remember the banner flapping in the wind, a promise of what was lost and what could still be gained, a ghost of past mistakes and a glimpse into a future still waiting to be forged. With each clash, each scream, the story unfolded, the capture of hope wrapped in layers of pain, a testament to the hearts that dared to dream in the face of despair. As I stood there, caught in the fray, I felt it all, fear, love, loss, and the undeniable thread of humanity that wove through their souls, binding them in this visceral dance of war and defiance. And in that moment, as Antoine reached for the standards, I realized, this was not merely a battle but a reflection of life itself, messy, chaotic, and yet, beautifully alive. The air is thick with smoke, curling like the fingers of a ghost reaching for warmth in the dying light of a day stained by conflict. The ground trembles underfoot, not from the march of an army, but from the pounding of hearts, my heart, racing in this cacophony of chaos. I stand amid the ruins of a town, once bursting with laughter, now left to echo only the whimpers of hope crushed under booted feet. Lies! All lies? A voice shatters the air, belonging to Peter, his eyes wild, pupils dilated like black holes consuming every bit of light around him. He clutches a musket, knuckles white, not just from the tension of the weapon but from the weight of despair pulling him down. He's a loyalist, caught in a storm he never wanted to be part of, yet here he is, a reluctant soldier battling his own soul. They promise freedom, but it's just another cage. I remember when he was a boy, running through fields of sun-drenched wheat, laughing, carefree. Now, that laughter is buried beneath layers of anger and regret. His dreams, once painted in bright hues, have faded to grey, splattered with the blood of innocence lost. I can almost hear the whispers of his childhood friends, ghostly reminders of what is left behind. They flutter around like moths drawn to a flame, but the flame is burning out and Peter stands at the precipice, teetering on madness. Stop! The voice of Helena cuts through the haze, sharp and clear, like glass shattering in the stillness. She steps forward, a flame in her own right, but one that flickers with uncertainty. A nurse-turned-warrior, she stitched the wounds of countless souls, yet her heart bleeds for Peter. She sees the cracks, the fractures in his bravado. This isn't you. We can still choose kindness. But kindness, in this nightmare, feels like a cruel joke. The shadows of soldiers, loyalist and rebel, loom large, silhouettes against the smoke. They are men broken by war, lost in a sea of loyalty that promises honor but delivers only despair. Helena, with her gentle hands that have healed wounds, now clenches her fists, yearning to heal his shattered spirit. Don't let them take you from me. The plea is raw, a blade of desperation aimed straight at his heart. And the ground trembles again, this time with the heavy beats of drums that herald the approach of more troops. I feel the vibrations crawl under my skin, a warning of the storm brewing just beyond the horizon. I watch as Peter's face contorts, fear and rage warring for dominance. What do we fight for? He screams into the wind, but the wind only howls back, mocking him, as if the cosmos itself is laughing at the futility of it all. He turns to Helena, searching her eyes, looking for answers that neither of them has. Do you think we'll be remembered? There's a vulnerability in his voice that cuts deeper than any blade. Will they remember us as heroes or as ghosts haunting this battlefield? Helena steps closer, her breath hitching, the weight of the question settling over her like a thick, suffocating fog. It doesn't matter how they remember us. What matters is us. You and me. Her words are a lifeline thrown into the turbulent sea of conflict, but the storm rages on. In this moment, time stretches and warps. I feel it, the echoes of laughter, the screams of the wounded, the tender moments of a life before the darkness. Memories swirl like the smoke around us, and I see fragments of the past, a child's laughter, a mother's embrace, the warmth of a shared meal. I remember, and the words tumble out like stones tumbling down a mountainside. I remember the taste of bread fresh from the oven, the smell of wildflowers in spring, the sound of my sister's voice singing lullabies, but those memories are ghosts now, intangible, slipping through fingers like sand. The present is a canvas of blood and betrayal, and I can feel the cracks beneath my feet widening. I know that soon, the moment will arrive when the lines between loyalty and betrayal blur beyond recognition. Peter grips his musket tighter, and I see the resolve building in him like a storm brewing on the horizon. I have to choose, he whispers, the weight of the world hanging heavy on his shoulders. But what if the choice is wrong? Helena reaches for him, her hand trembling, fingers brushing against the worn wood of his musket, a bridge between their fractured worlds. Then we face it together, she says, her voice steady, a beacon in the dark. But even as she speaks, the shadows deepen, and the drumbeats grow louder, drowning out the last whispers of hope. The loyalist troops, a tide swelling with fervor, surge around them. Each face, a mask of anger, desperation, and blind loyalty, reflecting the same turmoil they feel deep inside. They march as though they are propelled by a force greater than themselves, yet beneath the bravado lies a shared fear, a fear of losing everything for a cause that seems increasingly hollow. In that instant, I can feel the ground beneath us cracking as the armies converge, the shadows of the past colliding with the present. Peter glances back at Helena, and there's a flicker of something, determination, perhaps, or the final flickers of hope. We will not be forgotten, he vows, but the truth hangs heavy in the air, a whisper of uncertainty. And I stand there, in the midst of the chaos, heart racing, breath caught, a silent witness to this unfolding tragedy, knowing that the next moment could shatter everything. This tension, this heartbreak, it wraps around me like a vice, squeezing until it's hard to breathe. As time bends, and the battle begins to unfold, I can't help but feel that this moment is a part of something much larger, a cosmic dance of fate, loyalty, and the haunting echoes of what it means to choose. The clash of steel on steel sends a shiver down my spine. I feel the world tilting, caught between memories of laughter and the agony of what is to come. I am lost in the storm, and yet I cannot look away. The truth is, this is only the beginning. The tide of war swells, and the shadows deepen, drawing us all closer into the abyss. The sun had barely kissed the horizon when the first scream shattered the morning stillness, a roar, agonizing wail that clawed at the edges of silence. I stood there, heart pounding, breath caught like a fish flopping on dry land, the acrid scent of smoke curling around me like a serpent, tightening with each frantic pulse. There was no time for fear, only the urgent, desperate need to act. Next to me was Anna, her hands trembling, fingers stained with blood that had not yet dried, a stark contrast against the white of her uniform, a ghost in a world filled with horrors. She glanced at me, her eyes wide, reflecting the chaos, the terror, the visceral weight of life stripped bare. "We can't lose him," she whispered, her voice breaking, the words hanging in the air like a noose. I could see it in her eyes, an unwavering determination mixed with a haunting fear of failure. I remember the moment so vividly, the way the world seemed to slow down, each heartbeat echoed loudly in my ears, a staccato rhythm of hope and despair. I remember the soldier, just a boy, really, his face pale, eyes fluttering, the gaping wound in his side throbbing like a living thing. He looked at us, pleading, grasping for life as if it were a frayed thread slipping through his fingers. And I thought, why him? Why not me? Hold on! I shouted, though it felt hollow, a pitiful plea that seemed to dissolve in the air between us. The chaos roared around us, gunfire, shouting, a cacophony of anguish, but here, in this fragile bubble, time held its breath as I leaned closer, my hands hovering over the open wound, the truth of mortality laid bare before me. Anna moved expertly, her hands a dance of urgency and precision, a surgeon's hands, yet shaking like leaves in the wind. Each movement was a heartbeat, a prayer whispered silently. "Get the supplies," she barked, and I stumbled back to the chaos, struggling against the tide of bodies, the weight of panic hanging heavily in the air. I remember the way the light hit the blood, glistening like rubies scattered across the dirt. I remember the sounds, the crackle of radios, the distant thud of artillery, but more than that, I remember the silence that would follow, an insidious, creeping silence when all hope seemed to ebb away. I felt it in my bones, the cold reality that we were fighting against time, against fate. Every second stretched painfully, a taut wire ready to snap. "Stay with me," I dared to say, leaning closer to the boy. His breath came in ragged gasps, and for a fleeting moment, as he clutched my wrist, I saw a flicker of recognition, a shared understanding that transcended the chaos around us, something raw and unfiltered. "I'm scared," he whispered, and it cut deeper than any blade. "You're not alone," I promised, though I could feel my own resolve waver, like a candle flickering in the wind. I glanced at Anna, praying for her to steady the storm brewing within me. Time felt like quicksand, each precious grain slipping away, choking my heart. "Get me the saline!" Anna shouted, and the urgency in her voice snapped me back. I stumbled through the haze of fear, the sounds melding into a dissonant symphony as I reached for the supplies, my hands shaking so violently I nearly dropped them all. I could hear the boy's breath, rasping, a reminder that every moment mattered. The world around us fell away, it was just the three of us, the boy, Anna, and me, caught in this fragile cocoon of life and death. I remember how the air felt thick, charged with unspoken words, the shadows creeping in, threatening to swallow us whole. And then, it happened. A loud explosion resounded, shaking the ground beneath our feet. I felt the world tilt, the cacophony of chaos exploding around us like shattered glass. For a moment, I was weightless, suspended in time, and then the reality crashed back in. The boy screamed, a sound filled with primal fear, and I turned to see what we all dreaded: more casualties, more blood, more lives hanging by a thread. "Stay with him." Anna's voice cut through the madness, but I was already moving, instinct kicking in as I ran towards the sound of the wounded. Each face I saw was a mirror of despair, eyes wide and pleading, mouths forming silent screams, and I felt the weight of the world pressing down on me, a relentless tide of anguish that threatened to drown us all. I remember the faces, each one a haunting echo of the lives we tried to save. Each one a reminder of why we were here, and yet, it felt like a cruel game, a lottery of fate, where courage and skill sometimes meant nothing against the whims of war. Anna was still with the boy, her hands a blur, working frantically to stem the flow of blood, the look of fierce determination etched on her face. She was my anchor, my light in the suffocating darkness, and I could feel the bond between us tightening, forged in the fires of chaos, a promise unspoken. But then there was that moment, when everything hung in the balance, when the boy gasped, his eyes rolling back as consciousness slipped away. I could see the panic in Anna's eyes, the fear of loss cutting through her like a knife. "No! Don't you dare leave me," she shouted, her voice a force of nature, raw and unyielding. And in that moment, it was as if the universe held its breath, waiting for a miracle that would either save or shatter us all. I was lost in a storm of emotion, remembered childhood dreams, haunting fears, the weight of every life that had slipped through my fingers like sand. The shadows crept around us, whispering of loss, of dreams unfulfilled, and I clung to the hope that somehow, we would defy the odds. And then, against all reason, the boy gasped again, a shuddering breath as if he were reaching out for life itself. The fragile thread reconnected, and in that split second, the air crackled with possibility. The shadows receded, just a little, and we were alive, clutching onto each other and the desperate hope that life, though cruel, could still be beautiful amidst the chaos. In that moment, I was reminded that the role of the medical corps was not just to patch wounds but to fight against the darkness that threatened to engulf us all. It was to hold on to that thread of humanity, no matter how frayed, as we stood on the precipice of despair. And as we fought, as we bled for every soul, it felt like we were weaving a tapestry of life and death, a haunting, beautiful reminder that even in the darkest corners of existence, there was still a flicker of light waiting to break free. Time began to unravel, a chaotic dance of moments that felt both endless and fleeting, whispering promises of hope even as the storm raged on around us. And still, we pressed forward, Anna and I, bound together by the ghosts of our past, driven by the unyielding pulse of life in our hands. The boy was still fighting, and so were we. The world spun on, relentless and fierce, and we would not let go. The thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed across the battlefield, the sound a twisted symphony of death and desperation. Smoke curled through the air like the ghosts of soldiers long gone, each whisper a memory of valor and fear. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, a witness to the chaos unfolding before my eyes. The ground trembled beneath my feet, shaking with the weight of history as blood spilled and cries pierced the atmosphere. It was a visceral reminder that war does not just change the landscape, it alters the very fabric of humanity. In the midst of this chaos, there was Marcus. His eyes, once bright with dreams of glory, now glimmered with a haunting despair. The young captain, barely 25, had been thrust into leadership. Now, he was drowning. I remember the light in his eyes, I thought, as he barked orders, his voice cracking under the pressure. I remember the way he believed in honor. But belief crumbled in the face of reality, and every command now felt like a desperate plea for survival rather than a rallying cry. Around him, men faltered, faces pale and gaunt, as if the very essence of their souls was being siphoned away with each passing moment. Then there was Elara, the medic, her hand stained crimson as she fought to save lives that seemed lost before they even began. She moved like a spectre amidst the carnage, her face a mask of determination and fear. I remember the laughter we shared, I thought, a stark contrast to the horrors before us. We were children once, dreaming of peace. Now, she knelt beside the wounded, her heart breaking with each gasp, each plea for mercy. Every life she couldn't save tethered a weight to her soul, a burden that threatened to crush her under its enormity, yet she pressed on. The battlefield demanded everything, there was no room for weakness. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie orange glow over the chaos, and time felt like a cruel joke stretching endlessly. Hope flickered like a candle in the wind, too feeble to keep the darkness at bay. I remember the stories of heroes, I thought, recalling the legends spun around crackling fires. Yet here, in this hellscape, heroism felt like a distant fantasy. The battle raged on, and with it, the lessons learned became etched into the very bones of those who survived, like scars on a soldier's body, impossible to erase. As the fight dragged on, tactics shifted, mutated in real time like a living organism responding to its wounds. Flanking maneuvers were discarded in favor of brute force. It was raw and primal, survival of the fittest. Strategy was no longer about triumph but about minimizing loss. I watched as Marcus, desperate and wild-eyed, led his men into a charge, reckless and brave. I remember the days when battles were fought with honor, I thought, a bitter taste in my mouth. But honor is a ghost now, a faded memory in the cacophony of war. The clash of steel against steel sent shivers down my spine. It was visceral, a dance of death played out on a canvas stained with the colors of humanity's darkest hour. The air crackled with tension, palpable as I watched them, the men who had been brothers just hours before now locked in what felt like a fateful embrace with oblivion. I remember their faces, I thought, each one a fleeting shadow, a flicker of life extinguished far too soon. Ilara moved through the chaos, a fierce angel of mercy amidst the storm, her heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos. I remember the hope, she whispered to the dying, her voice trembling yet steady. But hope was a fragile thing, easily broken by the harsh realities of war. As she bandaged wounds and whispered prayers, I could see the cracks forming in her resolve, the weight of each lost life a stone in her chest. What will I tell their families, she murmured to herself, the despair threatening to swallow her whole. How do I carry this burden? Hours felt like lifetimes, and the sun began to slip away, casting long shadows over the battlefield. The cries began to morph into a chorus of anguish, a haunting elegy sung by the fallen. I stood paralyzed, grappling with the unending cycle of violence. I remember the peace we sought, I thought, longing for the simplicity of laughter, for the scent of blooming flowers instead of gunpowder. The world beyond this battlefield felt like a fever dream, a place where dreams could thrive, but here dreams were devoured by the relentless beast of conflict. Then, as if the universe conspired to drag us deeper into despair, a moment of silence enveloped us. It was eerie, a stillness that settled like a heavy fog, and in that breath, time seemed to freeze. I saw Marcus, shoulders slumped, the weight of the world pressing down on him. I remember the man he wanted to be, I thought, but now he was a ghost of that vision. The battlefield mirrored his inner turmoil, a battlefield of tactics, of choices made in the heat of the moment that would reverberate through history. In that silence, the lessons of this day began to crystallize, sharp and unyielding. War is a teacher, and its lessons are brutal. The shift in tactics, the need to adapt, the understanding that sometimes survival eclipses dignity, all became painfully clear. The emotions ran high, a volatile mixture of fear, anger, and sadness, spiraling into a vortex that threatened to consume us. Yet, it was not merely about the battles fought but about the scars left on the human soul. Each heartbeat echoed with the promise of change, the understanding that military strategies would evolve, but so too would the essence of what it meant to be human. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting the battlefield into shadow, a new reality emerged. I stood, breathless, watching as men and women transformed, forged in the crucible of conflict. I remember the hope, I whispered, even as it flickered weakly, like a candle struggling to stay lit in a tempest. The lessons learned today would ripple through time, shaping the future in ways we could not yet grasp. And in the darkness, as the cries faded into distant echoes, I knew this was only the beginning. A new chapter awaited, and the ghosts of today would linger, haunting the very tactics that would define tomorrow's wars. A cycle unbroken, a story never truly finished. The air crackles with tension, a silence that roars louder than 1,000 voices. Outside the grand hall, Paris shudders, the dim glow of street lamps flickering like dying stars, illuminating the anxious faces of the crowd huddled in the shadows. I can feel the pulse of the city. The heartbeat of a nation teetering on the brink. The whispers, the gasps, they hiss through the air like an approaching storm. I stand at the edge of the chaos, my heart racing as I clutch the cold metal railing, the chill biting into my palms, grounding me in this moment where everything changes. Marie, a seamstress with ink-stained fingers and dreams stitched into every seam, stands beside me, her breath coming in rapid bursts. Her eyes, bright with fear and fury, reflect a lifetime of struggle against the fabric of a society that often overlooks the ordinary. "They can't do this," she murmurs, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. "Not again. I remember the last time they came for us, the fear, the darkness that swallowed whole neighborhoods, the way hope turned to ash in our mouths." Then there's Jean, a schoolteacher with a heart of gold and a stubborn streak that could rival the mightiest oak. He stands tall, yet I can see the cracks in his facade. The weight of the world presses down on him, the dreams of his students hanging by a thread. "We must stand together," he insists, his hands balled into fists, a fierce determination burning in his chest. "This is our moment, Marie. We can't let them silence us." But the truth lingers like a ghost in the corners of my mind, wrapping around my thoughts until I can hardly breathe. The government's oppressive shadows loom larger, their power suffocating. I remember the faces of those who disappeared, the innocent swallowed by the night, their cries echoing in the distance. The air is thick with dread, and I wonder if we're merely pawns in a dangerous game played by invisible hands. Suddenly, a shout erupts, cutting through the silence like a crack of thunder. Voices rise, anger igniting like gasoline on a flame. "Liberty! Equality! Fraternity!" They chant, but the words feel heavy, burdened with the history of 1,000 broken promises. I feel my pulse quicken, the collective heartbeat of the people resonating through the cobblestones, a throbbing anthem of defiance. Marie's eyes dart toward the commotion, her resolve wavering. "What if they come for us?" she asks, the panic creeping into her voice. "What if we're too late?" The words spill from her lips like a prayer, fragile and trembling, and I want to assure her, to tell her that change is possible, but the truth is a weight I cannot lift. The world feels too vast, too unforgiving. The clock ticks mockingly, each second a reminder of the fragile nature of hope. Jean steps closer, his presence a shield against the encroaching despair. "We have to believe, Marie. We're not alone." He reaches for her hand, fingers intertwining, a fragile bridge between their fears. The connection between them sparks a flicker of warmth in the cold night, but it's only a brief respite against the encroaching darkness. Lightning flashes in the distance, an omen, and the air thickens with an impending storm. The clouds swirl above, echoing the turmoil below. I feel the weight of history pressing down, a collective memory coursing through the streets, reminding us of the blood spilled for change. The echoes of the past reverberate, whispering warnings of what happens when silence reigns. Will they listen? Marie's voice cracks just above a whisper, her vulnerability laid bare. Will they hear our cries? The question hangs in the air, heavy and unresolved, and I want to reach out, to wrap her in a blanket of comfort, but the world feels too jagged, too raw. Then, a figure emerges from the shadows, a man in a dark coat, face obscured by the brim of his hat. His presence is magnetic, the crowd parting around him like waves before a ship. An electric thrill courses through me, a sense of something monumental about to unfold. The whispers grow louder, speculation rippling through the masses. Who is he? What does he want? Citizens of France, his voice booms, cutting through the tension like a knife slicing through flesh. You stand at the crossroads of history. Choose your path wisely. The crowd hangs on his every word, breaths caught in throats, hearts beating in unison. In that moment, I see fear and hope dance in the eyes of the people, a fragile balance teetering on the edge of something monumental. Marie's grip tightens around my arm, her gaze a mix of determination and doubt. What if this leads to more suffering? She breathes, a quiet plea. I glance at Jean, who stares at the mysterious figure with a mix of admiration and suspicion. We have to trust that change is possible, he says, though doubt lingers in his eyes. And so, we stand, a trio on the precipice of revolution, hearts pounding in rhythm with the chaos swirling around us. The distant sound of drums begins to echo, a funeral march for the old world, a heartbeat for the new. Each beat a reminder of the lives at stake, the dreams shredded by the remnants of yesterday's order. The man in the coat raises his arms, and the crowd roars back, a wild, untamed beast awakening from years of slumber. I feel the electricity in the air, the possibility crackling like static against my skin. The tension, the fear, it swells like a tidal wave, threatening to crash down upon us, but in that moment, there's a unity, a shared purpose that binds us together. Whatever happens next, we will face it together, I whisper, barely audible above the din, but it resonates within me, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. We're more than individuals now, we're part of something larger, a force that can't be ignored. As the chant swells, the storm finally breaks. Rain pours down, mingling with tears of joy and fear alike. The world blurs, the lines between despair and hope, past and future, fading into a kaleidoscope of emotion. The night unfolds, a canvas painted with the raw intensity of a nation awakening, and I realize that we are standing at the edge of something monumental. The confrontation is inevitable, the air thick with unspoken promises. The silence is shattered, and as the first cries of defiance pierce the night, I know this is only the beginning. The storm has come, and we will not be swept away. A clock ticks, its relentless rhythm a metronome of anxiety, echoing off the high ceilings of the Grand Ballroom in Vienna. Each second whispers the weight of history, of nations teetering on the edge of chaos. The air crackles with tension, and I can feel it in my bones, each heartbeat a reminder of what's at stake. Outside, the city thrums with life, yet inside these gilded walls, a storm brews. The scent of polished wood mingles with the faintest hint of stale sweat, a reminder that though we wear fine clothes, we are nothing more than the same flawed, fragile creatures we've always been. I remember the faces, oh, the faces. Prince Metternich, a man of cunning and resolve, his eyes cold as ice, surveying the room with a predator's gaze. He stands like a statue of authority, commanding respect, yet behind that stone facade lies a heart driven by ambition and fear. This is a man who has been both creator and destroyer, his hands stained by the ink of treaties and the blood of revolutions. He knows the stakes, feels the weight of every decision, every betrayal. Balance, he murmurs, as if it is a spell, a charm to ward off the shadows that threaten to swallow us all. And then there's Tsar Alexander, with his wild, tempestuous spirit. He radiates warmth, a beacon of hope in this gathering of winter hearts. But beneath that exterior lies a man torn between conflicting desires, the dream of a united Europe and the haunting memories of wars fought in the name of glory. I see it in his eyes, the longing for something greater, a vision of peace that feels as distant as the stars. Yet even the stars, I think, are tethered to dark realities. I see him moving through the crowd, laughter bubbling up like a wellspring, attempting to drown out the ghosts of past grievances. Each chuckle feels like a prayer, a plea for unity that dances just beyond our reach. And then there's me, lurking in the shadows, a mere observer grasping for meaning in this chaotic tapestry of ambition and despair. I remember the thrill coursing through my veins, a feverish obsession with the past that has painted my world with shades of obsession. History is a theatre, and I am but an audience member, laughing at the absurdity of it all, the grotesque ballet of power plays and whispered secrets. They bathed once a year, I think. So, romance was earthy. A macabre chuckle escapes my lips, and I feel the weight of history pressing against my chest, a heavy cloak of absurdity. The conversation swirl around me like a tempest, whispers of alliances and threats, promises of peace mingling with the scent of betrayal. I hear the word France ripple through the crowd, like a wave crashing against the shore of this meticulously crafted facade. Napoleon's ghost looms large, a spectre draped in the tattered banners of ambition. His shadow stretches, darkening alliances, threatening to unravel the delicate threads of unity Metternich has woven so carefully. I see the way the diplomat's faces tighten, fear, resentment, and the bitter taste of revenge dance behind every polite smile. It's a masquerade, a waltz on the graves of fallen comrades and shattered dreams. As the discussions reach a fever pitch, I catch a glimpse of Talleyrand, a man who has always been a chameleon, his loyalty shifting like the wind. He is a master of manipulation, navigating the treacherous waters of power with a smirk that belies a heart steeped in betrayal. He whispers into the ears of kings, sowing seeds of discord while feigning allegiance. I wonder, does he even remember who he truly is beneath the layers of duplicity? A ghost of his former self, perhaps? I should hate him, yet I can't help but feel a twisted admiration for his audacity. The night darkens, shadows lengthening and creeping into the corners where no light dares to tread. The air thickens with unspoken truths, and I sense the pulse of our collective unease. We are trapped in this swirling vortex of power, each heartbeat echoing a primal truth, that history is a monster, and we are its reluctant puppets. I remember the stories of those who came before us, the blood spilled on the sacred ground of ambition. Every decision weighs heavily on our shoulders, what we choose to forge and what we choose to destroy. I watch as tensions flare, voices rising like a storm, accusations cracking through the air. The room feels alive, a beast breathing in desperation, hungry for resolution but also for destruction. A single shout pierces the cacophony, and all eyes turn, a moment suspended in time, a collective inhale where hearts beat as one. The weight of expectation fills the space, as if the cosmos itself is leaning in, listening, waiting. It is in this moment that I see it, a flicker of realization in Alexander's eyes. His dream of unity clashing violently with the reality of human frailty. I feel his frustration, the tension of man against the immensity of fate. What if? I whisper to myself, barely audible. What if our dreams of peace are nothing but fleeting shadows, illusions dancing in the flickering candlelight? How can we create a future when the past clings to us like a lover's ghost? The silence that follows is deafening, the air thick with the scent of fear and hope. It wraps around us, binding us in its embrace. The clock ticks, each sound a reminder that time is relentless, unyielding. Outside the ballroom, the city breathes, a living organism unaware of the power struggles within. But here, in this crucible of ambition, the fate of Europe hangs by a thread, a tapestry woven with the dreams and nightmares of thousands. And just like that, the dam breaks. Voices clash, and the room erupts, a whirlwind of accusations, cries of betrayal, and desperate pleas for understanding. I feel the pulse of the crowd, the electric energy coursing through my veins. This is not merely a negotiation, it is a battle fought with words and dreams. It is life and death playing a deadly game. I remember this moment, the chaos, the fear, the unyielding desire for connection. It is a symphony of human emotion, a reflection of our deepest flaws. In the end, we are all just pawns in a game we never asked to play. And as the night wears on, I can't help but wonder, will we ever learn? Will we ever rise above the chaos, or will we remain forever tangled in the web of our own making? The clock ticks, an ominous reminder of the inevitable. Time is slipping through our fingers like grains of sand, and I can feel the weight of that truth settle in my bones. As the storm rages on, I stand at the edge of this tempest, caught between the past and the future, and I know, this is only the beginning. The thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed through the air, a haunting reminder of a battle etched into the very soil of Belgium, a symphony of destruction rehearsed in the theatre of war. Each blast vibrated in my bones, sending a shiver of dread coursing through me, as if the ghosts of the fallen were drumming their mournful beat, urging me to remember. I stood on that hallowed ground, the sun setting low, casting long shadows over the scarred landscape. A chill crept through the evening air, brushing against my skin like a whisper from the past. I remember, oh, how I remember, faces etched with resolve, hearts pounding like war drums. 3 figures emerged from the mist of memory: Edward, a soldier with a bravado that could set the world ablaze yet was haunted by secrets too dark to share; Clara, the widow swathed in black, her heart a fragile bird in a cage of despair; and Louis, a historian whose passion for the past was like a relentless tide, pulling him deeper into the eddies of despair, desperately seeking answers that eluded him. Edward stood on the precipice of his own legend, the weight of his sword heavy in hand, yet the light in his eyes dimmed. "Victory," he whispered, but it felt like a curse on his lips. He could almost hear the cries of his comrades, their faces melting into a blur of pain and glory. Each cheer of triumph rang hollow against the backdrop of their sacrifices, like an old song that had lost its tune. I could feel his heartbeat quicken, the sweat beading on his brow, an echo of conflict that stretched beyond the battlefield into the abyss of his soul. Clara's gaze was a well of sorrow, a depth unmeasured. She wandered through the fog, her footsteps silent beneath the weight of grief. he promised me the stars, she murmured, her voice breaking like fragile glass. But all I feel is the emptiness where his laughter used to be. I could see her fingers clutching a tattered letter, the ink smudged with tears. Each word was a haunting reminder of love lost in the tempest of war, each heartbeat echoing the absence of a man who had become a ghost. How hollow the promises of a battlefield sounded now. And then there was Louis, standing amidst the ruins of time, a scholar who wore his knowledge like a cloak, yet it only served to expose his vulnerabilities. My books cannot save you, he confessed to the winds, rage and sorrow intermingling in his voice, curling around the syllables. The tales of valor he recounted felt like a betrayal. History had a way of marching on without regard for the individual, leaving behind the wreckage of lives shattered and stories untold. Waterloo, he whispered, as if the name itself were a spell. The legacy of blood and valor, of dreams dashed against the rocks of ambition. He traced his fingers over a crumbling stone, imagining the past rushing back to life, an echo against the walls of time, filling the void with the palpable weight of defeat and heroism. But what remained? My heart raced as I pondered the ghosts that lingered, the memories that refused to fade, swirling like smoke in the twilight. The air thickened, a palpable tension wrapping around us. Edward's eyes blazed with suppressed fury. "Do they see us?" he yelled, voice cracking. "They honor us with monuments while we are forgotten." A dark shadow flickered in the depths of his mind, a simple truth he couldn't escape. The crowds gathered to celebrate the heroism of the past, but what of the living? What of the men and women who had borne the scars of history? My gaze shifted to Clara as she stepped closer, eyes gleaming like polished obsidian. "Yes," she interjected, her voice harsh yet tender, "they parade through history, but the pain? The loss? It's ours to bear." She turned toward the horizon, where the sun dipped below the earth, and I could see her heartache mirrored in the fading light, a reminder that memories are often the heaviest burden of all. The battlefield lay silent, but in that stillness, I could feel the crackling energy of their unspoken truth. A rustle in the grass snapped me back, tension rippling through the air. Shadows danced across the ground. Were they the ghosts of soldiers, or simply figments of my imagination? The past wove its tapestry around us, and I was caught in the threads, unable to escape. The clock in the distance, ticking relentlessly, marked the passage of time, but could it ever heal these wounds? Each tick felt like a drum roll, a countdown to an inevitable confrontation of raw emotions, buried beneath layers of myth and commemoration. "I remember," I whispered, as my heart raced in sync with their turmoil. "I remember the tales spun by those who lived, who fought, who died. But what of the truth behind the stories? What of the silence that lingers?" The air crackled with uncertainty, and I could see the flickers of pain in their eyes, recognition dawning in a painful flash. This was the truth that lingered beneath the surface, a truth that demanded to be felt, to be confronted. Edward took a step forward, the rage simmering beneath his skin igniting. "Do you feel it?" he challenged, voice steady but filled with an urgency that gripped my heart. "The weight of our legacy? The burdens we carry, the stories they refuse to tell." His fists clenched at his sides, and I could feel the tension building, an emotional crescendo waiting to erupt. Would it be a clash of wills, or would the walls of silence shatter like glass? Clara's breath hitched, her vulnerability laid bare. "We must remember," she said softly, her voice a fragile bird in the storm. "For every name carved into stone, there are countless others who fade into nothingness." Her sorrow was palpable, a river of longing and loss that twisted around us, binding us together in shared grief. And then Louis, lost in thought, the historian caught in the snare of time. "They will build monuments," he murmured, "but do they truly understand? Do they know the stories of those who fought? The lives shattered? The dreams lost?" There was a feverish desperation in his voice, a plea for recognition that echoed through the chilling dusk. In that moment, the world around me faded, and I was left standing at the crossroads of memory and myth, caught in the throes of raw, unfiltered emotion. The legacy of Waterloo was more than a date etched in history, it was a tapestry woven with the stories of those who had lived and loved, bled and died. The weight of the past pressed down upon us, filling the air with the scent of smoke and echoes, as their hearts thudded together in a rhythm that felt both ancient and immediate. And as the shadows deepened, I understood. The night was not just a blanket shrouding us but a canvas upon which the stories of the forgotten would continue to be painted, layer by layer, as time marched on. The legacy of Waterloo lingered in the air, a promise unfulfilled, a call to remember. The tension crackled like live wire, begging to be confronted, and the ghosts of the past hovered just within reach, urging us to listen, to feel, to carry their weight into the future, forever intertwined. The clock struck midnight, its echo a heartbeat in the suffocating darkness of the cobbled streets. Somewhere, a door creaked open, spilling a sliver of light onto the damp pavement, revealing a figure, a woman with wild, tempestuous eyes. Ilara! Her breath came in sharp gasps, each one a silent scream against the night. Behind her, shadows moved, lurking, hungry. She could feel them, the weight of their gaze cutting into her back like a knife, urging her to run faster, to escape the history written in blood and betrayal. "Stay with me," she whispered into the void, her voice cracking under the pressure of a world crumbling around her. She knew she was fighting against more than just the past, she was battling the very fabric of Europe's future, tangled in the threads of ambition and fear woven by men who had forgotten what it meant to be human. Not far behind her, a man stumbled into the light, a gaunt figure clutching a sword that glistened with the weight of his conscience. Adrian! He was a soldier forged in the fires of conflict, yet he carried the scars of 1,000 wars on his soul. "You can't outrun them, Ilara!" His voice trembled, as if the words themselves were shackled by the ghosts of those he had failed. And then there was Lucas, a boy of barely 20, caught in the crosshairs of ambition and innocence. His youthful face was drawn tight with the horror of what lay ahead, a rawness in his eyes that spoke of dreams shattered by the cruel hands of fate. "Why can't we just go home?" he pleaded, his voice a fragile whisper that clung to the night like smoke. Home, what a haunting word. Ilara felt it like a ghost pressing down on her chest, a weight that threatened to suffocate her. Home was a distant memory now, marred by the scent of charred wood and the echoes of laughter turned to screams. They had been chased from their sanctuary, their lives uprooted by those who sought power at any cost. "Home is a lie," she replied, her heart pounding against the confines of her ribcage. "We have to make a new one, Lucas. We have to fight." But fight against what? The night itself felt alive, swirling with the unspoken truths of a continent on the brink. The symbols of their suffering etched in the very walls that surrounded them. Every shadow seemed to whisper tales of betrayal, every alleyway a reminder of the blood-soaked ground that had birthed revolutions and wars. Ilara felt the city pulse around them, a living entity, its heartbeat synchronized with hers, a reminder that they were trapped in a cycle of history that refused to release its grip. "Do you think they'll remember?" Lucas asked, his voice a fragile thread that hung in the air, waiting to be severed. "Do you think they'll care about us?" The question cut Ilara deep, slicing through her resolve. Would they? History never remembered the whispers of the forgotten. It only echoed the roars of the powerful, the triumphant victories and the crushing defeats. "They'll remember," Adrian said fiercely, his voice gaining strength. "We'll make them remember." In that moment, Ilara could see the determination flickering to life in Adrian's eyes. He was a man forged in the fires of war, but what burned in him now was a flame ignited by hope, a defiant blaze against the encroaching darkness. The streets grew silent, as if the world itself held its breath, allowing fear to seep into the cracks of their resolve. Ilara could feel the pressure mounting, the weight of the night pressing down on them like a shroud. It was a tension that thickened the air, a pulse that resonated with the rhythm of uncertainty. Then came the sound, distant, ominous, like the tolling of a funeral bell. The march of boots, the clinking of armor, the haunting call of a horn piercing the night. They were closing in, those who wielded power with iron fists and turned the very fabric of society into a tapestry of blood and despair. "Run!" Ilara screamed, her voice raw and desperate, shattering the fragile silence. They darted into the shadows, hearts pounding like drums of war, racing against the tide of history that threatened to swallow them whole. Each breath was a battle, each heartbeat a reminder of all they had lost and all they stood to gain. They moved as specters in the night, souls intertwined by fate, driven by an unyielding desire to carve a new path. But the world was unforgiving, a cruel mistress that thrived on suffering. Elara felt the pulse of the city beneath her feet, a reminder that every step forward was a step further into the unknown. The shadows were alive with whispers, hinting at betrayal and hope, dancing mockingly just out of reach. Adrian fell behind, his breath ragged, the weight of his sword a tangible reminder of the burdens he carried. "Elara," he gasped, the name a lifeline thrown in a storm. She turned, her heart clenching at the sight of him, a man torn between duty and desire, fighting against the relentless tide of despair. "I won't leave you," she shouted, but the words felt hollow, drowning in the echoes of a world that had forgotten compassion. And then there was Lucas, his fragile spirit flickering like a dying flame. "What if we can't win?" he whispered, fear-etching lines of despair on his youthful face. Elara's heart shattered at the sight of him. How could hope survive in such darkness? "We have to believe we can," she said, her voice steady despite the storm raging inside her. "If we don't, then what's left for us? We are the architects of our own fate, Lucas." In that moment, the night seemed to pulse with an energy all its own, a reminder that the past may be written in blood, but the future was still unwritten, waiting for their hands, scarred but resolute, to shape it. As the city loomed ahead, shadows flickering like memories in the periphery, the trio pressed on, hearts intertwined, bound by fear and hope. Each step felt like a heartbeat echoing through history, a reminder that they were not just fighting for survival, they were igniting a revolution, a shift that would ripple through the ages, leaving imprints on the very fabric of Europe itself. And the clock kept ticking, an unrelenting reminder that time was both their enemy and their ally, a silent witness to their struggle, echoing through the fabric of history. In the heart of the night, as the shadows danced around them, they were not just fleeing, they were carving their own destiny, one heartbeat at a time.